know what fear is?
Yeah.
Look at the coast on the bin, kill it!
Taking on gas, rapping.
Push through, too cool, they can take us. Break rules, you know we don't want they afraid of.
Give me low. Am I not? No.
Ain't no stopping us, we do impossible. Straight to the top. We the top dogs, we not. Too good, never play with it. So close, I can taste it. Run. See it's coming. No, run it.
This is worth living for.
Scrap.
W's hopes and dreams of winning game number 1 are being thwarted by LMK.
Oh, that's a very good start, isn't it? Oh my thing! Madness! Designed for with the full set, now the gas is here as well.
Game 1 curse, we missed it. We got rid of the game 1 curse, boys.
Yep.
'Cause we here to win.
45 flush on the Valkyrie.
Nice.
There goes the Sentinel shots for RCO on the NRG Rocker.
You gotta bring the noise.
30 flush on the Valkyrie over here. This team's in a horrible spot.
Get these kills, give me headshot.
Dead. Hold on. Nice, we clear our side.
NRG is somewhat exposed. They need to open a supply bin just for the extra cover.
Reps comes through, full red Evo, and he's seeing red on his screen. He's got the shots of the Mastiff, and it's TSM cleaning up.
Nice. Let's go, baby.
Valk, give me.
Gentrified's going to push it on over towards this side. A majority of the players from Scary are going to be down. This is going to be a 2-on-1 situation. Now a 1-on-1 straight up, and Designful doesn't lose though.
Easy claps, boys.
Ooh! Oh yes, that is beautiful. We spoke about this the other day. What if somebody gets bone check? I have never seen a box that high in the air. What is happening?
It is Bursty with a phase breach. Maybe to get the job done? No chance.
We here to win. Step up and be counted.
Well, G2 dominated yesterday. What will be the story today as we officially have 2 teams qualified, locked in, and loaded for Sweden? It's G2 and NRG, but we have the likes of 100 Thieves, ESA, and many more that will be competing today. I'm Fallout, joined alongside T-Squared and Glitter Explosion. We will have more teams locked in, certainly, after today's broadcast. That's what gets me most excited. How about y'all? Tom, start with you.
I'm just excited to see which teams are going to come out swinging, right? We have so many teams on the outside looking in. They're a little bit jealous that NRG and G2 have dominated up to this point. Meanwhile, the EMEA region that we just watched a little bit ago doesn't have any teams qualified, basically. So it is just so crazy to see what's going on with 2 days remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but those highlights just got me so hyped, combined with all the action that we saw in the EMEA region. I just want to kick these things off. Let's get these games going, John.
Damn straight. Anytime G2's winning, you know hype's going to be delivered. But today, guess what? We got ESA, who have been the kings, the champs, undisputed best team in North America so far. We're, of course, going to have a lot of time to preview and talk about today. But let's talk about the rest of the regions and our qualified teams so far and set the stage a little bit. If you missed the announcement, maybe you've been living under a rock. But we got the first LAN competition next month live from Stockholm, Sweden. 10 teams from APAC North have qualified, and it's Korea on top. AD Raccoon and Crazy Raccoon. Selly now playing with AD Raccoon, and they looked great. Majority of these teams, if not actually all these teams, Korean or Japanese, they'll be in Sweden next week. And let's take a look at APAC South right after. Top 5 from APAC South qualified, and Reignite was really the story there. They continue their reign, their dynasty in APAC South. The Aussies, led by Jen Burton, playing alongside Sharky and Zero, looking so incredibly strong. Suchiraika right beneath them. And then South America, fresh off the press, completed their Pro League today. And we have 5 teams that have qualified, all Brazilian squads, with the exception of Wolf and Elysium, of course, in Singularity, and Wolf with Zen, all Brazilian. Top 5 teams from South America have locked in. And you didn't see an EMEA or Europe, Middle East, and Africa graphic. Why? Well, it's because not one team has qualified after every single match day except for one. It all comes down to tomorrow with EMEA, and that just tells the tale of how widespread and widely distributed the skill and competition is in EMEA, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it all this morning. The fact that there were multiple way ties in the overall standings, that all of these teams are battling it out to try and break those ties, to jump up the leaderboard. I mean, it's very deserved that it's going to come down to just tomorrow for those teams.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's going to be a fun one to watch, that's for sure. I'll have a chance to cast. I know you'll be back, so it'll be a good time tomorrow, that is for sure. Let's take a look at the North America overall Pro League standings, though, here in split number 2. Obviously, we have our Challenger circuit popping off right now as well. I know my boy Nicky Merckx is popping off in that competition. Excited to see which Challenger circuit teams we might see at ALGS Championships in a few months. But G2 on top. However, this is a bit skewed because look at the rounds played. They've played 5. We have ESA, 100 Thieves, Cloud9, Space Station, and more getting ready to play today. And you'll see Sentinels on the fringe, Team Liquid on the fringe, Torrent, Complexity, Unlucky, all squads that need to perform if they want a plane ticket to Sweden in just a month. I'm getting all types of excited for the overall standings and who's going to make it, who's going to qualify. But let's take a look at the groups competing and participating today when we do have a moment. I think we actually have a page 2 here. Take a look at some more teams in the fringe. Tom, any teams that you're surprised to see here? I got one in Built by Gamers being in relegation. Any other teams you're surprised to see here?
Yeah, Built by Gamers is definitely a solid team. Renegades down so low is pretty surprising to me. Dexterity and Atlanta Premier too, because Atlanta Premier started off so darn strong. I think they got top 3 within their first couple of matches, and then all of a sudden they started to really fall off as the rest of the team started to catch up. So that's been a little bit disappointing for Atlanta Premier, but maybe they'll be able to bounce back.
That's right. And I mentioned it a bit ago. Let's take a look at today's groups. It's Group C versus Group D. We've talked about a lot of these teams already, but we got some heavy hitters here, Glitter. Talk to me through a couple of the teams we should keep an eye out for.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a scary group. Like you were saying, looking at those overalls, there's still lots of teams that haven't played that 5th round. Specifically, we're looking at the esports arenas, who are in that 3rd place overall in a very, very comfortable spot. But there are so many fringe teams, like the likes of Sentinels, and that's not somebody we were expecting to be down there. So this is, I know that we said EMEA was close, but there's still a lot of ties, a lot of teams that are only a couple points behind here and there for NA as well. So today is very important for those teams.
That's right. And of course, for those that maybe have missed the last couple days of competition, welcome to Sunday. We did flip, and now we have World's Edge first 3 maps, Storm Point last 3 maps. So we're kicking things off on World's Edge, and then we'll close out on Storm Point in EMEA. If you missed the broadcast, Alliance, one of the titans, the dynasties of EU, looked terrible on World's Edge, needed to perform today. They won back-to-back on Storm Point, were able to turn things around, ended up winning the overall group. It was insane. So we might see something similar today, that's for sure. And guess what? You can see it from your point of view. However you would like to watch the ALGS, you can watch the ALGS courtesy of the multi-view feature. Click the Command Center button right below the stream next to the follow button and watch action from multiple viewpoints, so you can choose which teams, which players you want to watch, and listen to their audio, their in-game comms, which is my favorite part of it. This is only possible if you're watching on the Twitch ALGS channel, and you can experience everything from the drop to looting, every strategic rotation, every clean wipe, every clutch play, every kill, every goddamn final circle. You get to see it from your favorite teams. Doesn't matter who it is or who you want to watch. All teams are available in multi-view, and you can put, of course, our talking heads alongside those. So one of my favorite additions here to the ALGS. It debuted in the Split 1 playoffs, and it continued throughout Split 2, which you love to see. And, you know, obviously multi-view is great, but I want to start jumping into the meat of the discussion here. It's going to be all around our teams that we're looking out for, the teams that you actually identify, Glitter and Tom. This is our teams to watch. I started with Tom for EMEA. This time I'm going to kick off with you, Glitter. Walk me through team number 1 on this list.
Tom looks ready, as am I. But of course, obviously, first team right at the gate, we got to talk about Esports Arena. I kind of hinted at it as we were looking through which squads we're going to be seeing today, but they are in 3rd place overall right now. And with the exception of, I think, once? Or no, maybe not even. They haven't fallen below 3rd place yet in any of our individual playdays. They have been so consistent. Back-to-back first place finishes in those first 2 weeks, and they're definitely going to have an opportunity to clinch today, Tom.
And I'm going with one of my favorite logos in esports, Space Station Gaming, not just because of their logo, okay, because they are a darn good team and they really started to step it up. Love the interview with Frex talking about how they're going through the meta and they feel like they're really strong at playing different legends. They love the opportunity to go through that, but their bubble fighting looks really strong. They look like they're back in form when they were in Season 1, and it's all about picking that momentum up at the right time. You'd rather finish strong than start strong, and that's exactly what SSG is doing.
Yeah, and the final team that we're going to be keeping our eyes on today might be my favorite one to watch only because of their positioning in the overall ranking. Sentinels, a squad that I don't think we would have anticipated necessarily being outside of that top 10, is finding themselves in 11th place right now. And they have actually been pretty consistent being in a top spot most of the time. So today is going to be a perfect opportunity for them, John, to get those points, to push them into the top 10. You know they want to be in playoffs.
You nailed it. Obviously, quite a few dark horse teams as well, or teams that, you know, you could have easily been on that list. Cloud9, Team Liquid, 100 Thieves. It's a star-studded lineup, but to get your perspective on the top 3 to keep an eye out for. And let's lead that right into our talent predictions. We've had some interesting ones the last couple of weeks. We've seen a lot of 4 or 5 talent members picking the same team. This time, kind of the same. A lot of love for Sentinels, and I was right there, close to joining y'all with the Sentinels pick, and something tells me it's because their backs are against the wall. You think they're going to perform, Glitter?
I do. I think they're going to handle the pressure really well. Obviously, I don't disagree with your pick, John, though. I think Esports Arena is going to do fabulous, but it's about the cusp teams for me. I think that's where we got to keep our focus today.
Agreed. We all know that Rain Day is giving 5 gifted for all of his right predictions every single time, too. So there's some sort of collusion going on. There's no way someone could be that correct all the time. But Sentinels is a great pick. I think because they're starting to play individually really well, too. Lou's starting to pop up in that leaderboard a lot more in terms of the overall kills. But it can go anyway, right? And we had a great prediction earlier with all 5 different teams being picked. But I think we were all inspired by Reply Totem and thinking that Sentinels could do the same thing.
Yeah. Agreed with that. And for me, well, I started off the Pro League Split 2 saying, look, we got to put some respect on ESA's name, and they've deserved and earned our respect in Split 2, performing just as great as they did in Split 1 when they were up and comers. So interesting predictions. We'll see who ends up on top in that game. But for now, let's jump into this game. It's game number 1. It is ready. We got Group C versus Group D for qualifying rights right here, right now. Glitter, Tom, over to you.
All right. Thank you so much, John, Tom. I'm not going to lie. I'm very excited to get to these NA games right now. I feel like after the performances that we saw from our last NA groups, we saw crazy moments coming out of G2. I mean, NRG has just been on this dominating tear, and they are the 2 that are now qualified. And you know that the teams playing today are not going to sit by idly. The esports arenas that are right there. They're going to make sure they nail down that qualification today because they don't want to have to worry about even the slightest possibility of being leapfrogged tomorrow.
No doubt about it, but you know the eyes are really on the bubble teams. So Complexity, Sentinels, Liquid, these are all major organizations that they've been in Apex for quite some time. These players have played on LAN. They've been in there for quite some time in multiple pro leagues and every single tournament basically. So to not see them there, it's going to be very disappointing for them and their fans. And I think that they have a little bit more to play for than some other squads, right? So you look at a team like RCO. This is a team that is in 10th, 9th place, somewhere right there.
Yeah.
And that's a team that has already played yesterday. So this is an opportunity to catch up in points, surpass them, and let it all be on the line tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, same situation for Sentinels and W, I believe. There's going to be so many of those teams that are so close to each other, and this is why we'll keep driving it home. Every single point really does make a difference because I think there's at least 3 ties on the NA overall leaderboards right now. So those are not the situation, and we said it in me, that's not the type of situation you want to put yourself in to allow the tiebreaker to determine whether or not you qualify. You want to nail that down now and know for certain that you're in a solid spot.
What's the quote? It's from a movie. I mean, they want to be where the people are. They want to help me out, Glitter. They want to be there. Merman, Glitter, Merman. But yeah, I mean, realistically, you know, there's going to be a lot of intensity today, and we saw that already today. The Apex action is not going to stop. It's going to be just, you know, a bloodbath. That's really what it comes down to. Methodical play up until zone number 4 and 5, and then boom, it all explodes. But we saw some very classic zones. We've been seeing classic zones throughout all this. We saw a very early tree type of zone that bounced away from the horseshoe building and went out into the open. We saw Mad Maggie win that game in game number 1 for EMEA. So we'll see if there's any crazy compositions that come to the table this time around. We know in World's Edge we're going to be seeing a lot of caustic. Not as much crypto as I thought earlier today. Maybe we'll get an opportunity to see that in North America.
Not only that, but since we're starting with World's Edge this time around, like you're saying, that slower, methodical play, that's what we're going to be seeing this first half. And then sometimes Stormpoint just completely opens up the floodgates for those insane bounce backs. And I'm thinking about the likes of Alliance. There is a potential for us to see something like that here in NA as well.
No doubt about it. Here we go. Match number 1, the Apex Legends Global Series presented by Monster Energy. And also shout out to one of our sponsors, Lenovo, as we get ready to bring you the action. One more day remains after this to see who is going to be going on over to the playoffs. Not just that, who makes it into the next split for our Pro League. Woof, the storylines are set, the players are ready, and Built by Gamers is ready to take a 50-50.
Yeah, we heard you guys talking about them as one of those teams that, you know, we're kind of surprised by the fact that they're currently facing relegation. So this is one of those situations where even if you can't qualify for playoffs, you certainly don't want to get relegated. So they're battling for that, just making sure that they're in a spot where they can come back for the next season.
Literally vibing with the high ground over here, taking a decent amount of damage. Wow. Would think that the Gibby Arm Shield would be able to get around that, but that's not the case. Just completely eating him alive. Now that's the heals that you've already landed with, so now you're going to have to find some more resources along the way. And this 50-50 is already lasting a decent amount of time, right? You are basically saying, hey, if we don't finish this in the next minute, we're definitely going to get third-partied. And with these groups already facing off, makes you wonder if the teams in the vicinity know this 50-50 is going on, and they're looking for some fresh kill points on top of that.
I know, I was actually worried as you were saying that this was already lasting a little bit longer than I would be comfortable with, but it is the first game, so maybe they won't get pushed too hard for any third parties. But as I say, that lots of damage being taken by literally vibing. There's just lots of poke back and forth between these two that does force the bubble, and literally vibing loses one. This could be the opportunity for BBG to push up, and it looks like that's exactly what they want to do.
They need these points. We brought it up earlier. A team that is facing the relegation area. Very strong team fighting. Very strong personality as well. Tempest, one of our great controller players inside of the North America region. But it doesn't seem like they are able to fully clean this one up, and they're just going to back on off after getting the 1 kill. So nice job getting at least 1 kill point along the way, but it's time to start making some moves, Glitter. You cannot afford to sit around here. It's time to loot. They need to hit the beacon scan. They need to figure out how they're going to rotate and what this zone's going to be.
Yeah, we can see them knowing exactly where those charge rifle shots were coming from before, seeing if they can at least keep them off, keep those charge rifle shots off of themselves so they can start making that rotation that you're talking about. And here's the zone. It's going to be up towards Epicenter, which means Complexity is going to be happy with this. I mean, Cloud9 is going to be happy with this. You've got Torrent already finding a solid spot for themselves, and this should be interesting. If I'm not mistaken, last time we saw these northern zones, they were more up by Climatizer, really favoring Cloud9, but once they hunkered down, they were very solid.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens between Complexity and Cloud9. You can see them kind of coexisting next to each other, not really fighting quite yet. But you also have Torrent making their early rotation from Overlook. Now, if we had to predict these zones, the train tracks and the carts where Torrent is, that's going to be a solid spot. Caustic really thrives down there. The problem is the teams that get on the high ground on both sides of Epicenter and Overlook can focus you down, right? They could toss nades in there. They could throw, you know, their Ash passive over towards you, and the tether, and then they can just really push you out. That is the hardest part about locking down the train tracks. So if you get there too early, you may end up griefing yourself, but if you get there too late, you may never even get in there in the first place. Yes, words hard.
No, you're just so hyped about what's about to happen in these games that sometimes you get a little flustered. I totally understand. I've been there myself. Sentinels, though, don't look so flustered yet. At least this is the team we're going to be keeping our eyes on a lot, considering how close they are to that potential top 10 right now. TDG actually finding themselves in a little bit of a spot right now. Tony already down, and at least they have the banner, but that's going to be a little bit of a sticky situation for TDG this early.
Definitely, and welcome back, girl. Took a little bit of a vacay. Tanner Slays filled in. Did a really great job. It's nice to see girl, former co-caster here on the ALGS, getting involved and in the Pro League split. The multi-view is live. Check it out on the command center below, right next to the follow button. You can get up to 4 points of view here, and we were just talking about Complexity. You can also hop into their comms too. Complexity making the rotation over from where their landing point is, not that far from where this zone is going to be. Armor's not looking too powerful, not many attachments along the way, and that is one of those bubbles you really never want to throw. It's just to kind of cover your back as you slide forward. You're not really getting the full benefit of the bubble by doing that one, but they're just trying to get back on over towards the bottom epicenter, save their tails, and then re-loot up and get back into the fight a little bit later.
Yeah, definitely a little bit less than ideal right now. Shiny's still on that white armor, so you know that they're going to be playing it as smart as possible. But to be fair, I'm now thinking of that insane ending that we saw last week out of Monsoon. And if we can get some more plays out of Complexity like that, we're talking about, you know, teams that we have to keep our eyes on that can potentially break into that top 10. Complexity is absolutely one of those squads.
Oh, for sure. Their experience is second to none, which makes me wonder, is this going to benefit them starting off on World's Edge? Because we saw what they're able to do in these thermal station zones, predict it yesterday, and go for one of the jungle gyms that was not easy to go for. And I love the way that Monsoon has been playing aggressive. You know, he's always there on the entry frag. He's playing on that Ash. There's the respawn onto Tony. It's going to be Girl going for that one. Now getting back on over towards the building. And welcome back, Tony. Can you get on over towards your loot box, though? He's going to take the route underneath the garage area. Taking a lot of damage. You know your bubble's not going to be up because you just got back. It's going to be at 18 seconds. But safe and in a good spot. Unlucky's probably taking a majority of that loot from that box. So a little bit unlucky for sure for TDG. But team setting up over towards the no-name area. And it makes you wonder if they're going to do some sort of skyward dive a little bit later. Or if they're predicting an unorthodox pull. Because this is, in my opinion, going over towards the overlook area. Yes, you still have Fragment East in this zone. Maybe you have a different pull like we saw earlier, but you're going to see teams like Complexity and other squads getting on top of the high ground, feeling better about their position so they can get more kill points. Unlucky taking a little bit more passive approach with the Loba.
I wonder if if we got a no-name pull right now, I mean, that would just completely throw a lot of these teams off, although it would favor our squads that we've been keeping our eye on here right now. And, you know, I'm going to keep saying it, Unlucky. That's another team that's, I think they're in like a 4-way tie right now in those overall standings, but they're not that far behind. These last 2 days are going to completely change things for some of these teams, and it will be for the better for some, and it'll be for the worse for the others. So these moments, every single decision you're talking about, are they going to stay here, or are they going to use this position to potentially do a skyward dive later? All of that stuff matters because it will completely change the outcome of the day. So we'll have to see how that plays out for them once we get some more zone information. Now on board with 100 Thieves, though, a squad that is got so far as heading towards playoffs, and they've been very consistent.
They have, but something to also keep in mind, Glitter, is sometimes your POI doesn't get a beacon. So maybe some of these teams are setting up over towards the no-name area because they have failed to scan on round number 2 and they're looking for something. That's always a possibility. So we're not quite sure. You always got to give credit to the people that are able to get those scans and respect where they are going to set up as we see what AGG is doing. Not an ideal situation being caught on this bridge. A lot of different areas where you could be taken down, and that's exactly what Joe Max is thinking. He says, hey, we got to get out of here. Let's relocate to somewhere a little bit safer.
Yeah, they know that a lot of this real estate is going to be either at least definitely looted, potentially taken up by some other squads, and those exact train tracks area, that area you were talking about, you see Torrent down there holding that spot right now, hoping that nobody wants to push them out of it, while All Glory Gaming is just above them, aware of their position, and then they can kind of at least from there decide how they want to handle the situation. They are a little bit low with those shields on Aguares, so he's going to want to at least start using this charge rifle to level that up.
Definitely. He could even charge that up for the rest of his teammates, but I'm not sure how much ammo he had. I believe he was running pretty low on those stacks, so that's the only sad part about the current setup for AGG. Now ESA really great at predicting the zones. They got the scan onto round number 3. This looks to be pulling towards the Overlook side, and you know that these yellow tankers are one of the best priority positions to lock down. Very hard to even contest that spot when a team is up there in ESA with the big brain play to get there early.
The amount of iconic clips that we have gotten from teams holding those until the final moments of the zones that do end right on top of them it's insane at this point. So I'm hoping that we can maybe have some more interesting endings, because that chaos and the ability to handle that chaos, to communicate through it, is the mark of so many of our top teams.
More information being thrown on over towards the ESA side. Now, the teams that are over towards the no-name area, it's a brutal rotation coming out of there, going past the Overlook area. You're going to see so many different teams setting up on a handful of different spots. Usually those 3 pills where the platform is going to be taken, the area where there's a little bit of open space between the mountains going to be taken, all the area on top of the mountain that goes overlooking fragments going to be taken, coming from Epicenter, and teams are coming from Overlook. So you're talking about 4 different 5 spots that are going to be focusing you as you make your way out of the no-name area. Going to be tough for those teams in that specific vicinity, but I like where Torrent's at. I still think that they have a pretty solid position. I also like what AGG's thought process is with the crypto. But let's hop into the mental of ESA with a quick listen-in.
We want if we can get into
in
the
here.
RV, that's safe.
Any of these RVs?
Are you guys ready?
On the side of the house, I am, yeah.
Worst comes to worst, we just fly into Epi. Anywhere in Epi, like by the icicles.
Alright, there's a team in the house. I think there's a team in the RV as well, on the right side one. I have no idea about the tracks, though. There's a team for sure down low on the tracks.
You want to try this RV right here?
Fuck it. Let's go.
I'm going in. I'm a bubble right away.
There's a team.
Bubble, bubble.
You got a ult.
I got a nade in there.
Go right side, maybe?
They got... I ulted in there. I'm just fucking dead, bro.
Wait, there isn't a team in here. There isn't a team in there.
Awkward. That could be one of the more awkward moments in ALGS history. So unfortunate for ESA. Just one barrel made them think that there was an entire Caustic team in there, and now everyone's scratching their head. Yes, that is our #1 team in North America.
How? Listen, it's what I was thinking, and we see Bardov has the same train of thought here. That was a 3v0. It was a barrel. the amount of confusion that happened, which is actually incredible if you think about it. Talk about strategy. I mean, that was a leftover, really, a remnant barrel that just somehow took out one of the top teams in the lobby. Are you kidding me?
If you want to know how to take down ESA, just throw one barrel at them. That usually can stop them, right? No, that's not the case. That was unfortunate. Now Uri's getting a little crazy out here with the Kraber. A little bit over-aggressive, so he's going to back off, get back on over towards the safety of his train cart. But we predicted these train carts fairly early, just as Torrent did. And this is a perfect position to be in. Unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize on the knock because they're rocking the double big boy composition. Now, if there was an Ashe or Wraith, you know that they'd be portaling in there and getting aggressive. That's exactly why Uri's was trying to entry frag, but wow, okay. You didn't think you'd see it, but now you did. It's going to be Panders on the Watson, locking things down, bringing back some memories, Glitter.
I mean, you asked, you wanted those crazy comps, and we'll get back to that in a second, but Optimal Ambition right now, 2 players, no chance whatsoever. Try to escape, but pretty much 0 health at that point, and that was a very huge fight right there for GeForce.
Nicely done. GeForce has underperformed for sure in terms of what they're capable of doing, and I think that they would definitely feel the same way. One of our strong teams in the Esports Arenas Weekly, but for some reason in the ALGS this split, they have not been able to put it together. Maybe they can on the last and final 2 days to get out of that relegation area and feel like they can get into split #3. Now, it's a little bit easier just to toss out a couple barrels than it is to set up an entire cat's cradle here, and that's why you probably see Watson fall out of the meta a little bit. Plus, you don't really know if there's going to be a Caustic in there, and that's why Caustic is fairly strong. But look at this. This is some pretty impressive work.
I am loving, though, that we're seeing all of this legend variety getting brought back here. I was not prepared for Watson. You said you wanted to see if we'd get more crypto. Instead, we got a Watson. Cloud9 Zach in a little bit of trouble here, but they've got some great angles from above. Able to do a lot of work right now, and as we see that happening, we've also got so many other teams in the kill feed right now popping off. Cloud9 does end up coming out on top in that. They're going to be able to heal here. But if I'm not mistaken, I think AGG also was popping up in that feed.
So many teams alive, so little room to maneuver around. Really using and dancing on the edge right there as you see which teams are available. Casuals was the most recent team taken out, but not a lot of kills quite yet. Means that there is going to be a brutal zone number 4 and 5 coming up for our teams.
Oh, I was not sure if that tether was going to hit 100 Thieves. Looking down on a lot of these squads that are rotating here. And this could be a potentially unfortunate situation for GeForce as we were just hyping them up with that fight. It looks like they are potentially on the receiving end of that damage from 100 Thieves, but Sentinels also on that low ground right now. Probably at least watching this go down and seeing if they can maybe capitalize on any of it. Nice shots coming out of James, though.
Let's go here. You can see that was onto Amu. Amu's going to have to back off from that one, hit some cells, which are pretty scarce over here for Vaxon. He's only got 2. Amu's only got 4. As he begins to use these, he'll have 2 remaining as well. So Fearless putting in some serious work, but also annoying 100 Thieves and taking a little bit of their resources away. As you can see, the highest damage game coming in for Amu, 2,400, pretty solid, and averaging 2 kills. That's a lot, especially for someone that is a handful of different variety of legends. And Amu's also doing a lot of the shot calling in terms of putting players in the right positions. Fun fact, first player I got Apex Predator with way back in the day. Shout out to Amu and the squad over here from 100 Thieves. But Space Station Gaming, Rain Day's pick out here. They were looking so good last time. Definitely a solid pick. They're working their way over towards the southern side of this zone. Now with this zone being, what, 25 seconds away from moving, plus a handful of teams over, it looks like a skyward dive is coming for Space Station for sure.
Yeah, we definitely did see some KP on the board for Space Station as well, so they've been getting themselves into some skirmishes, which would be good for them because you know that after the snowball that we saw last time with SSG, they want to try to at least replicate even a fraction of that performance because they were looking very strong. So 4 top 2 finishes last time around. I mean, out of 6 games, come on, that's a crazy percentage.
It's crazy to see the rotation that had to come out of the no-name area for TDG. Now they're looking like they are still on the outside of the zone, having to work their way through with blue armors, as a majority of the teams have already gotten theirs up to purple. Skyward dive time, but the zone is going to eat them alive. This is way too late. They're going to take tons of damage here, Glitter.
That is super unlucky, and they are going to end up getting knocked because of that late decision to go for that skyward dive. The zone really, really putting in work for those other teams right there. Start a fight from above, now trying to capitalize on those late rotating teams and instead starting to take some damage themselves, and this is a rough place for them to be in.
Not like this. The zone is doing more damage.
No.
The players are just taking themselves out at this point. We saw ESA do the same thing. TDG start a fight. They are not ready for this zone damage coming through. As Fearless, he's going to be taken out. Amu goes down. Defensive bombardments are all over the place. Furia is still big chilling with that Watson. As you can see, a handful of other teams on the high ground. That's going to be C9. Zach Mazer feeling pretty good, but holy laser. As soon as Crummy looked down for a second to shoot a player, Albrulli with the one clip from behind.
I cannot. I'm still stuck on the fact that we just watched like 3 teams go out mostly to the zone or to not people.
You know, play Apex C4 tweets out some EU versus NA trash talk. Next thing you know, NA starts shaking in their boots.
Oh, that's got to be what it is. But you know who's not shaking in their boots? SSG. They've gotten themselves in a solid spot here, but underneath one of these buildings, and I'm not sure who they're going up against, but they decide that it's time to start dealing some damage. The bubble is popped here. Dropped is forced to get that out, and Frex now in a rough spot, which means it's going to give the opportunity for AGG to drop down on them, and they end up coming out on top, even though they did lose their Gibby in the process.
Meanwhile, C9, they've been just watching all of this action go down from the high ground. Great positioning from them. Naughty comes through with the wingman. Albrulli finishes that one off. You can see just sitting pretty on top of this rock while all of the other teams are going to be forced into one another. Plus, they have the next zone. Great prediction for Cloud9. Poised to have a huge game here.
Okay, it looks like they're debating trying to push into one of these train cars and see if they can take it away. They're are some teams. Wait, are they landing on Stay Naughty? Oh, no. Okay, well, they had the high
Great
ground.
teamwork, though.
Yeah, yeah.
The reaction from Albrille was perfect. I mean, he bubbles right down. Naughty flies in right there. But look at the opportunity that happened from everybody else. All of a sudden, 100 Thieves says, okay, we see some action going down. Can we sneak in here as a duo and find something? Scary with the 30-30 from behind. And now Cloud9, which looked like to be an amazing position because of the fact that the other team saw that they were split, immediately capitalizes on that, especially 100 Thieves. Furia from the train cart gets involved and is going to knock back Salon. Complexity's Muffins is down to Presley, and now the zone is finally down to our top teams here. Torrent, they've still been chilled in that same exact spot as they were at over towards the train cart. Complexity, they're falling apart as well. They go out in 6th place, and that is going to be the 2 teams in the train carts originally still in this game. We talked about how hard it is to lock that down because all the teams are going to be surrounding you. What a job. Furia and Torrent still alive.
It literally only takes a few moments of chaos in this game to completely upset what we thought was going to happen. And, I mean, like you called it, Tom, from the very beginning. The teams that got in here, because they were able to hold these train carts off, they didn't have to, you know, worry about getting pushed out, which was a possibility. I really think that this Watson's actually coming in quite clutch for Fury right now and holding down this train cart, especially when you think about the generator, making sure they're not have to worry about any throwables coming into the car. And because of that, they also didn't want to push or fight off Torrent. Once they took a couple Kraber shots from Uris, they're like, you know, we're just going to hang out here and let everybody else kind of figure it out. And E8 looks like they're trying to make the push in now. They want to try and take this real estate or at least get some KP in the process. They've got the bubble there to protect them. Furia is on high trying to see if they can get in on any of this action. And E8's probably going to get punished for taking that high ground.
It's a genius play to get Watson involved in this current meta, especially with this zone here. Glitter, you put it perfectly. It's the throwables. It's the only way to get players out of this train cart, and that's exactly what happened down below is Torrent versus Furia, the 2 teams that were inside the train carts, now duking it out for the win. They also have a decent amount of kill points, but this is all Furia. Watson, welcome back to the ALGS and NA.
Whew. That was the most slow but calculated, but like in a good way, type of game that I feel like we could have gotten for game number 1. The legend selection for the positioning in that game could not have been any more perfect for Furia. Worked out exactly the way they wanted that to work out, and they timed it perfectly. They watched E8 make the push in on Torrent, and that's when they were like, you know what? They're going to leave the high ground. We're going to rotate up and take it, and while they're battling out, we're just going to third party for the easy win and 11 kills, Tom.
I think the most surprising thing is those kills because you're stuck inside the entire time. Very rarely are you able to peek because as soon as you start to overextend, people are going to really focus you. And then the other surprising thing was Cloud9 and their positioning looked like they were going to be the team that lit everything up. They had everything in front of them. They had the zone towards their back. All of a sudden, a skyward dive on both sides of them. Naughty flies into the bubble. Once that bubble's gone, all hell breaking loose, and Cloud9 ended up going out in 8th place. Very impressive performance again from Furia. You really couldn't ask for better positioning in terms of Torrent and them getting into the zone, but see why so popular and a necessity early on in Apex. Yes, Caustic did get a little bit, you know, more love and is still continuing to get more love, but how do you go and counter a lot of these ultimates that are being thrown? The Nox gas grenades, the defensive bombardments, you counter that with a Watson. A lot of people forgetting about how strong that was as we take a look at the second page.
We're taking a look at the second page, and I'm deciding we're pretending a lot of these numbers did not happen. Because this is the page filled with people that died to no one, and I cannot believe that that is what happened in game number 1. And I think that is a product, though, Tom. I think that's a product of the fact that so many teams were trying to play with that more placement point focus, and it actually backfired. It was too passive. It just made it wasn't the right call.
It did, because there's just not a lot of real estate going forward. You see Zeratricky there with some great stats, 6 kills overall, 1,200 damage. But if you're not able to get into those train carts early, you're going to have to take more of like a C9 approach. I think that, once again, this team's coming from no name didn't realize how fast that zone was going to close. And it is game number 1, so, you know, maybe a little bit sleepy panda style coming out from our teams in NA. And you got to come through swinging. You know who came through prepared, who came through with adjustments? It's Fury. We weren't expecting, again, to see the Watson. It was played phenomenally by Panders. Yes, not able to put up a lot of damage, but A lot of people don't play Watson for a couple of reasons. One, because once the changes came through, you used to be able to put multiple gens down. Not only that, the gens would last forever until they were destroyed. So that is one of the changes that eventually made Watson a little bit weaker. And then you looked at Caustic and said, okay, it's a little bit more friendly in terms of I don't need to know how to place my fences the right way. I can just kind of start tossing barrels out. It also gives me a little bit more damage output. But again, the presence of mind to have the fences around, for the most part, says, hey, you can't even come close to this train cart. With Caustic, you don't see the barrels nearly as much, and you wonder if someone's really in that building or not. So you're more liable to actually get pushed by a team with having a Caustic than you are a Watson, which makes her still that special.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they continue to utilize the Watson throughout the rest of the day. We've got game 2 right around the corner, but before we do, we're going to kick it to a quick break, so don't go anywhere because you guys are watching the ALGS NA.
Flash! They flash! Flash! All flash! All flash! Back on.
I'm going in through the front side. One's down. Get the knock if you can. Yeah, get the knock. Got it. Kill him.
Win this. Good
Nice job.
First game.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for Game 2 in the ALGS. It's North America. That means we're having a good time. It's Rain Day and James Bardoff. Man, feel like You know, listen, it's been a great split. Obviously, James, joined the broadcast team. I feel like we've casted now for a year because of the 5 days in a row that we have been doing this nonstop. It's been great to travel the world to, hear about the time changes over there, the jellied corn. We've discussed spiders. We've discussed, a lot of different things. But to me, I want to know what has stood out to you. Yeah, not in our discussions, but in terms of game one, because that might be too much to cover the first part. What has really stood out in game one? We had some unfortunate deaths, but also some good performances from a team with a legend you've been mentioning quite often.
Okay, two things stood out, right? First thing is, let's wake up, people! Let's wake up! Let's get into the game. A slow start, a false start for some people. We saw some really bad deaths, but let's just wake up, all right? Secondly, we were talking about the Watsons coming through from Japan. Look at the compositions of all the teams over there. Loads of Cryptos, loads of Watsons. Defenses are coming, but defenses are already here. Furia have been having a crisis with what's been happening for them, but suddenly Watson and the W, you love to... Mwah, chef's kiss. You love to see it. You love to see it.
The defenses, the senseless. I feel like you're about to start rapping for me over there. You're talking so fast, and I think it's just Fury has got you excited, James. You no longer have to talk about their Trident rotations. You can actually mention them taking the top of the lobby.
Believe it or not, they're actually in the zone not taking damage, and we saw what happened to people who were in that fire, so it's a good thing that Furia weren't this time. That's a great way for them to start, because again, they are in a danger zone, which they shouldn't be in, that they've got the talent to be above that, and I have to respect what they did in that first game, because it takes a brave team in NA especially, where they don't even understand the Bangalore picks that we're seeing in EMEA, to go for a Watson, just be like, okay, let's just do something different here, let's just control an area. And we heard T-Square talk about it a lot, all the grenades that we've seen are so important to have. You can hear Hal always going on about the grenades, and you can see what can happen with those in the hands of a team such as that. So this switch up from Furia has worked out for them, but is it something they can continue with here as we move into match number 2?
That's going to be the question. I mean, I cannot take it away from obviously Tech and Zeratricky as a part of the composition, but Panders. I mean, Panders has been all over the place. He has maybe played more Legends than anyone in this ALGS run, and you got to give credit for also bringing out the Watson. Diversity is a huge asset for a team to be able to have different play styles and to adjust. You're going to see it only more and more valuable as we head into Sweden in a month. You may have to find yourself bringing 2 to 3 different lineups on the day in the map, even before we switch to another map, considering.
No.
Boy, oh boy, I see why you're saying, oh no, James, because this is the team you had as possibly winning. That is not a good start after 0 points, I think, in game 1.
Yeah, we very much know what Sentinels are capable of, but it's not looking good at present, because Esports Arena will take any 3v3 and sometimes a 2v3, and they will win almost all the time. 0v3, different conversation. They tend to lose those from what we've seen so far. Small sample size, though. Maybe they can turn it around next time they try to take an empty building.
I do like Skittle Cakes on the horizon and rocking that on World's Edge. That's kind of the difference there. Obviously, we've seen a different adjustment, and SSG, one of the teams that actually will run Horizon, but on Stormpoint. And so on the Caustic today, ESA giving us a little bit of a higher ground perspective of what that legend could do. Built Black Gamers, Tempest, Wicked Sync, they have been playing Apex for a long time and competing here in this lobby. They find themselves towards the bottom of the standings, but they are not afraid of a fight, and that's one thing that kind of denotes their style. They are ready to game. They are truly, truly prepared and excited to get involved, and it's literally vibing too. So 2 teams unafraid to go back at it, literally vibing. Finds the first strike as they take down Wickeds, but Sync answers right back.
He smells flesh. He has an opportunity now as we see 2 shields on the floor, just trying to finish off that player and really put the numbers in their favor. But with purple armor, he'll fall back to try and get the shields up somewhat, and his teammates rotating in hands and knees, so they'll try and get the res up there, and they might be in a position to... Oh, no, there'll be a res for Wicked as well. So we may soon be back in the 3v3. The dome is up for now, but they've had to abandon the res to try and help the teammates. So looking a little more awkward for BBG. There'll be no dome for a while now, so they really need to stick this if they can. Barrels up, but can they get the shields up? We've got cracks all over the place, cracks left and right. And it is, I think it's a 3 versus 1 at this point, so this could go the way of BBG. Looks like it might be. We've got 2 players on the floor now, but as they line up with Elezera in the corner, or someone, I think Banshee in the corner, It will be BBG who survive, and they can get their caustic up once again. So some early fights across the map, but BBG are one team who'll get that early KP and put themselves in a very nice position going forward.
In our last game, we saw a couple of teams go down to the zone, and unfortunately, one of the teams that we caught on camera with that was a skyward dive just a little bit late for TDG. They are now in the center of what will be a circle, very, very happily situated for them, but they will be aggressed on, of course, very soon as well. So that's the thing, to hold such an area for so long, Fragment East, Fragment West, splitting this loop, but also having the ability to really stabilize is going to be the question now with SSG getting involved. Complexity, they're coming in from the north side too. SSG having the luxury of traveling a little bit more from the west towards the east there, so may not run into Complexity right away as they take some of the outskirts paths towards construction. But round one about finished. Only one team down as we take a look at two players who have had their names all over this ALGS split. Two dropped, and Onmu, we saw the average kills for Onmu. T-Squared said it was good, and you could see, you know, dropped 1.5. 2 average kills is a definite strong showing. And still leading in terms of average damage to the 100 Thieves Ashmain. Check these players out on Twitter. Keep up with them. Obviously, these stars in Apex Legends have a lot to say about the game.
Yeah, Onmu's story is real cool. And it's just the beginning of his story, really. There's plenty more to come. And 100 Thieves, another team that have been on the rise of late. And we hope that does continue. We see Space Station now making their way. Very cold start for Sentinels. There's ratting to be done, but I don't know how long Lou will survive for, and I doubt he's going to get those banners, but I think he is still alive. Actually, I can see him at the back of the screen there. The Space Station find some space, and indeed, they are very close to being in a lot more trouble. Hold on a second. Where is that grenade? It's on the inside. It is! And dropped is on the floor now, but is anyone going to push this building? It is a bit of a distance, so maybe they can get him back up if they are fast.
I don't think they want to push a Caustic, and I mean, that is the benefit of this. Unlucky, finding some really nice pressure there, but those two Arc Stars are not going to get the job done. I mean, unfortunately, it is a Gibraltar, it is a Caustic. They will have pressure, but only until those nades run out, and that's the key. You're going to maybe see a couple of drops again. There is another drop happening. A player is moving in. He's got the Caustic ultimate, though, and so that is the one last resort that should allow this to be held. And again, Zenile will go for the pickup. It is not easy to hold this with teams already in the center, but you can see the onus of these teams to move quickly and get situated as Fragment is going to be crowded.
Even though they've made it into the building for the time being, count the apertures around them. They are very, very vulnerable. Now, the team that have been harassing them have probably used a lot of their grenades, but indeed, they cannot hold in that position. Bearing in mind how long the cooldown is for Dome, that is not a tenable spot for them. They understand that and the urgency to find a superior position, and they will do exactly that. Fortunately for them, they'll find a better building, much better building inside the green zone, and they've got those barrels for the doors as well. So they have survived a tough early test and put themselves in a far superior position. Although they put some more shield relays, as they would have burned a lot of utility trying to stay alive in that situation.
Yeah, a ton of loot picked up in terms of the weapon size and getting those magazines at full capacity heading into what will certainly be the next couple of rounds where they'll need it. But maybe there's a replicator close by. I didn't actually pay attention. TDG, they've held up in a very hard to defend building, but a very strong building in terms of poke. You just have to really show presence throughout it. Girl on a blue, 256 left before she can level that one up to purple. And Tony, he's on a white, so they've got to make a little bit of something out of nothing here in this spot. Holding with purple's a totally different story than holding with two blues and a white.
Yeah, and again, there is a balance in sacrifice position over utility and armor, and sometimes you can find position and go fishing afterwards. And Tony will have the arm shield with which to help him try to level up his armor. If only somebody would look at them. Normally you want to be left alone, but for now they need those engagements to level up. And we're going to have a listen in to Girl, fresh back from Toronto, and see how her team are doing this time round.
One team in the air. One's cracked. One's cracked.
Where?
They took broken here in front of the other streamer building. They domed, I believe. I see a glow.
Okay.
They had gold.
Subject spotted. There.
Shoot at any team, Valgo thing.
Can break that trap. There you go.
Let me know if you need a trap somewhere.
They said another one. Ooh, I just caught a charge rifle. Mountains.
Ooh.
From here or?
Yeah, mountain.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yep. High ground. Mountain.
Team out in the open. They're coming in towards apartments. By the tracks. They went under the bridge. Under that side. One's on tracks. Drop down.
Dome over here in Broken, where we land on west side.
Do you see any of them? So I can shoot.
There's one. There's a Gibby.
Okay.
Crypto. Drone. Team
Construction
of
building.
Team flying. Team flying.
Where?
I don't see him.
I don't know. To our left.
Oh, I see him. So, above streamer building. Looks like.
We're getting shot. We're shot from down low. 30 off.
Another team flew. Construction. Over there. A lot of teams flying in on the other side. There's no way it's playing all the way over there, no?
These teams aren't peeking back here.
We got Gibby ulted or what?
Yeah.
We did.
I don't know about who.
I don't know about that one, Chief. Oh.
EMP, streamer building.
Got EMP. Yep.
I'm putting a new trap down here.
Yeah, do you?
They're climbing up on streamer.
Alright.
They're getting shot by apartment.
They're on the second floor of this building, streamer building. Broke one.
35 flash on him. I hit another one for 70.
Well, you can't push that. It doesn't matter.
Fuck. Yeah.
I got blue off of it, so we're chilling.
I heard a Valk flying back here.
How much?
Girls, not sure about that Jibby ult, Chief. That would seem to be very random. Maybe some miscommunication from I don't know what team. But they've got Tony up to blue at the very least. Girl, one of my favorite streamers to watch, actually. And she's such a calming influence, keeping her team focused as well. Doing well in that respect of TDG.
Girl, really more than that. I mean, just a great streamer, content creator. In my case, a great friend. I know she's a great friend of Minnie on the broadcast. She joined us for a mini of the split over the last year and a half, and it's been great to see her transition into a pro. You know, I would love to have seen this team qualify for Sweden. It looks like with 2 days left, they're going to have to seriously turn up the heat, but it's possible. You know, anything is possible at this point, and we really are excited to see their journey. So let's hope to continue watching that and paying attention. Space Station, a team almost certainly looking to book their tickets for Stockholm in a month. They've found themselves in the top 10 and look to continue to push past that with a win here today. But 100 Thieves holding Fragment, one of these desecrated buildings here with the 3 levels where we've seen this circle in quite often. I actually like this spot, but I actually find the middle to be a little bit more unassuming, James. I think the top and the bottom tend to draw a lot more eyes in that building, and I think the middle sometimes can kind of get away unscathed with most people not trying to get into that middle floor.
Cloud9, a team looking to improve on recent results. Can be a mixed bag sometimes, but a very talented team. A team who thrive in the chaos, if you listen to their comms. A stark contrast to the comms of TDG, for example, which are very measured, very calm. But Cloud9, lots of attitudes, lots of testosterone, but it works for them. And we can see that they are quite spread out at the moment as they consider their options. Not far to be in the zone once again. They will be hungry for opportunity. Triple purple, always good. You can see Stay Naughty will have the spatial awareness. Albraleli's been very much favouring the charge rifle recently, and he has been griefing teams with it. Can be a highlight on the stream. I was speaking to him briefly about it recently. looking for these Valcolts, especially with 2 lasers in his eyes.
I feel like it's always been the best sniper rifle since introduction. I think the Sentinel, it's been fun. The longbow was the best before the charge rifle existed. And there was a moment, I think, when we had the golden hop-ups with the double headshot damage, and, you know, that's since been another meta's pass. But when you talk about what the charge rifle brings, it feels like a meme. Everyone laughs about it. But your main goal right now is to get your Evo shields up, especially if you're holding, and it is the best weapon at doing that. You talk about the Valkyrie ultimates, moving things in the sky. Well, everyone can put their cursor over somebody for at least half a second at this level, and that's what a charge rifle will get you damage for. We've seen a lot of clutch plays there. The other thing, efficiency. Ammo efficiency is so big. And the last point that people maybe underestimate is that he's on Gibraltar, and you already have better trades with the 50 health on the gun shield, but you have the 15% damage that you take less of.
Did he stick him?
Unfortunately not if you're rocking something like that. Zerachuki dishing out the damage himself. And so another benefit there on Gibraltar if you can hit arc stars like that.
They might need a few more, though, to get tech into the building. But Furia have completely changed their approach. But hey, this isn't Storm Point just yet, so we might see a different style from them. But they are going all for position at the moment, and they're trying to hold position with the help of this Watson. Tech is in the building, though. I don't know where his death box is. Can see them trying to. They've got their Watson ult well positioned as well, so they can avoid the ordnance from the other opponents in this corner and keep their shields up. So I like the approach. Like, okay, what we've been trying to do hasn't been working. Let's basically do the exact opposite and just take position, hold buildings with Watson, and avoid all the grenades. Tech's back in the game. Not sure how much looting there is for him to do safely, but let's see what they can do.
Panda's really making those Watson fences work. You're going to get more value from that when you obviously have your pylon next to you. Watson, a character we haven't had a chance to talk too much about because she hasn't really been relevant in the broadcast we've been doing here in EMEA and North America, but that certainly looks like it's going to change. APAC North favoring her quite a bit, and of course now Furia representing with the first win in today's lobby, running the Watson.
Do you hear that crypto though? Do you hear the crypto drone outside? That could really be a problem later on.
That's the thing, James, too. I mean, we're not even considering the fact that yes, Watson's here, but the crypto in many ways makes that less effective.
Yeah, crypto's just sniffing around, but they need to be prepared for all those fences to go. And that could make them a specific target as well, although, of course, they are in a very busy area, so if that crypto drone's at range, then it might just be griefing that it will be doing. We'll have to see how that plays out. In the meantime, Esports Arena will be posting up for position. And can we just bear in mind the size of this ring? There are 17 squads alive, soon to be 16 because Girl's putting in work. But look at that ring, all that space is going to go, and there isn't going to be a lot of cover for those teams outside that ring right now.
Yeah, TDG getting a couple of kills. They've actually got a knock. It's 16 teams now. It's Nades and Boxa T and Bleku out of there. Casuals trying to make it into their dome. Complexity holding the backside of Fragment. You're going to have to cross the bridge, but they have a couple of pieces of cover to hang through. Monsoon says, I don't need a cover. I have a wingman and an arc snare. He throws that from Ash and actually hits. So that'll be a beneficial thing. And we've got to listen in here with Complexity. Let's see how they handle this one. It's 16 squads remaining. I don't know if that'll last.
We need to stop them. We need to look at them. They're trying to look for us.
Yeah, I still have 2 nades for that truck spot.
Okay.
Yeah, one's here.
Okay, Plat isn't going to be that safe. We might want to play Market, but as long as we own Plat and walk in, then Market's going to be fine.
I think he's close. Yeah, I think he's close.
We can just play the truck. If someone lands here, I'm nading it immediately.
Yeah, this is
just careful of broken. Do we take damage from other angles?
I don't know.
Okay, they all landed there.
6 men to that, yeah.
I'm staring at Market.
Yeah, me too.
I'm looking at Park. If our Park is clear, we have a lot of space
I want to
we
look
can
at your fucking Park.
They're dying right here.
On the door,
get a kill. Fox planting.
It's all good. It's all good. Let's just hold Market. Market's still looking.
I'm watching
right
it. I'm watching it.
On the head glitch. He's a fucking clown. He's literally a clown. Okay. Oh my god.
Blue armor on him.
We can also take top of Broken too.
They're actually safe.
They're there right now. They're there right now.
Good counts. Good counts.
This is safe on me, guys, right here.
Look at this. Look at this fucking shit.
All right, what's our plan?
I'm 3-8. 53 heavy.
Drop me 3 cells. Drop me 3 cells.
Who do we need to be focusing here?
We need to be focusing Market because we're gonna play out into this truck right here and maybe forward.
Okay. Yeah, we probably need to play the left side of this.
Are they in second floor? Yes or no?
Yeah.
100%. Okay, I see.
Yeah, you just peeked me. They're also way
Can
out
we
here.
look for angles on them? Watch my right. Watch my right. I'm gonna look here.
I can't
What
really
about
see your
bottom?
right that well.
Like under them? I mean, I think left of them might be safer.
Yeah,
Like
I'm with
outside
that.
of the building?
I'm with it. We just gotta be careful of inside tunnel here.
Yeah.
West is a caustic team, so they're gonna slam something with an ult.
Yeah, probably. Can
Do we
play
need to start
first floor
working
even?
them?
No, we'll play left side. We'll just play for an Ash TP into like left side of that right there, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't take too much damage. Let's not lose everything. We need to see how many's even in this broken.
Jibby for sure. It's all full teams.
Okay. We just play it fucking
Do you have your
slow.
Jibby ult?
No,
This is
I don't.
also
43.
in right here. Do you see that on
Yeah, that's the
mark?
play-in for Park team, I think.
Yeah, but if they
That
pile
is an
up,
option. Yeah, we can probably shoot that on zone close.
Market's right here. Don't shoot. Don't fuck with market. Let them work in. They're gonna fucking grief somebody. We can probably work off of that. First floor is not bad either. We can totally play first floor.
Is mid playable here on this zone?
Yes,
but it is
yes,
playable though.
It is playable. That's actually probably better than left side here. Heard?
Yeah.
Heard.
So just get ready to stack on my Ash CP.
Yep.
I wonder if we want to go now.
Our team is going.
I knocked one.
Nice, good. Where?
Well, we talked about the building that can be hard to hold top floor. I guess you see why. Oh, no. Space Station, the team that was next to Complexity as well. The team, Complexity said, probably going to grief someone. That is definitely coming true. It seems like a little bit of fortune telling on the side of Monsoon going the direction they hoped.
This building that Thieves are in is going to be battered with Jibby ults. Surely this ring is too small. We had 17 squads about a minute ago. Now we've got 10. Make it 9, actually. TDG, I think Valkolted out and landed and died E8 in a similar predicament. They've been eliminated now. Can see Furia putting in some work as they hold their position. Out goes G-Force. Duplex in Esports Arena now. I've got some work to do in a very busy area. Finding a wall, though. Maybe they can survive here for the time being, but where are the fences? We can see them now as Furia will hold position again. Space Station now trying to stay alive here. They're all naked. Frex trying to deliver. Stay around the gas and maybe rest some teammates if he can, but he's got to make some space with the barrels.
Wow, Space Station making plenty of space. They take out Liquid. 6 squads left. Complexity ESA. We see SSG. We see Furia. We see a really tight lobby right now. But Furia, the fact that they've done this well 2 games in a row with the Watson, pretty exciting. Panders, looks like he's solving the theory of relativity with those fingers right there on a chalkboard, except he's got the fences handled, going down, setting up their zone. No one enters, no one leaves. BBG, Tempest, Wicked. After winning that fight, they've taken it all the way into a top 6. That'll be great for them. They have 11 points so far, but it's Furia out in the lead. 100 Thieves in the same building, holding height. It's not easy, James, but if you manage to do it, you've got a great place to play in-game.
Oh, they're trying to find an angle to maintain in the middle. They've got Esports Arena immediately above them. I was wondering how the rotation would go, and surely there's going to be Jibby ults involved as well. With 2 domes up there, surely Furia will do a Jibby ult now and try to hold position. Look at the drill from Furia. We haven't seen him play like this in a long time. 4 kills now as they look to really make life hard for everybody else. And we've got fences going crazy. I've never been so excited about fences in my life.
Oh my God, Panders almost breaking his fingers right there, but he finds a couple of to sign off that no one shall cross. You shall not pass. Doing his best Gandalf impression here at the end of game number 2. Furia, 31 points in. The only Watson team. And they have certainly locked down this bridge. It's only going to get harder to siege on them. Even though they don't have any great materials to siege anyone else. They're just hoping they don't have to go anywhere. 100 Thieves takes the fight to BBG. And that'll be BBG out. 4 squads left. Should be Space Station, Complexity, 100 Thieves, and Furia. 100 Thieves, where are they fighting from? Up top? Scurrying around the side, scouting a little bit for his team. Are they going to go against Furia? That's the question. They're probably going to come across somebody else, and it's Complexity that they run into. It's now Space Station, Furia, and 100 Thieves fighting for the win.
Last thing we're going to rub shoulders with is a turbocharged Devotion, but I think the ammo is running very low indeed. But the shotguns are out across the whole team now. We barely have 3 squads remaining. We got cracks all over the place. Now we're down to 2, and guess who it's Furia for a second, but it's 100 Thieves with the victory. I don't even know what happens to their opponent, but they finish on top. Devotion clearing out the high ground, and the shotguns to finish off the job.
Showing you the value of playing for the end game. 100 Thieves take the top building. They end up on top. Furia Coming in third, I believe, it was SSG who dropped second. A good final circle for these three teams who are willing to take risks within this meta. 100 Thieves putting on a real show, though. Great win for them. Game 2, they certainly needed it. A team we have seen bounce back and forth from the top to the bottom. But as you can see, there is certainly some consistent names showing up again and again and again. ESA with 12 points. Furia get another 11. They'll still be leading the lobby, I would assume, even though a 17-kill, 29-point bomb from 100 Thieves is going to bring it pretty close.
That is, with them standing a third of the lobby. So that is some pretty heavy work. BBG with 9 kills, despite finishing 5th. They've got themselves some very nice points, so that is certainly to be noted. But I love the consistency we're seeing from Furia. They're getting placements, they're also getting kills as well, and definitely staying in there. But a 29-point game from 100 Thieves, they definitely slapped a lot of teams in the face in that game.
Built by Gamers, I do like that 13-point finish. Obviously, it started off with the early aggression, but that's kind of why sometimes early aggression goes in your favor. It allows you to just have that couple of KP to start out. You feel like you're going to have a good game. You're not afraid to take the next fight, and you approach it with that. TDG, we followed along with Girl, and she has, alongside Tony and Durango Legend, 4 points on this game too. Cloud9 with 3. Could be worse, especially when you look at Casuals, Optimal Ambition, Start a Fight, literally vibing, and of course, Sentinels, all with goose eggs.
Yeah, Torrent as well. Just 1 point for Torrent. They're a team who we're excited coming into today and a team that we expect a lot from. Another team, though, is 100 Thieves, and they certainly delivered in that second game. 2,000 plus damage for Vaxilon, 7 kills, tied with Onmu. Work put in by 100 Thieves, and hey, if you can get yourself a turbocharger and a devotion, then any person who's next to you is going to be in all kinds of trouble, and we saw that. But then the shotguns afterwards, the big damage coming out across the whole team, a hit squad, 100 Thieves.
Man, these guys definitely putting in the work. 3 guys who know how to play a final circle, who have no problem taking 1v1s and showing up the rest of the lobby. It is a good day to be 100 Thieves fans. And, you know, I could see this org making a run. I think, you know, it's infectious when you see something greater in an organization happening. And we talked about it before. If you're an esports fan, you know 100 Thieves is cleaning house on some of their other esports, totally starting from scratch, saying we expect excellence, we want to create a dynasty. It all has an impact on every one of their teams, and I'm sure Scurry, Vaxilon, and Onmu are finding the motivation and the passion behind that one. They will lead the lobby after one. It'll be Furia, Torrent, Space Station, Built by Gamers, jumping up a bunch of points there, 7 and 10 respectively, closing out the top 5.
Yeah, and Torrent had a nightmare of a second game, only 1 point taken away, so they're doing okay, as we can obviously see, things balancing out from a good performance in the first game. But where are Sentinels? They seem to be missing from this first page. Eliminated early by Esports Arena, they find themselves 4th from the bottom. Yeah. A team that a lot of us are looking at today because they are way better than what we've seen so far. With 4 games to go, this can absolutely turn around for them, but it needs to happen pretty soon.
Well, they're outside of the top 10 as well. I mean, they're not going to Sweden right now, so they've got to play into it, and they've got to score up, which means you only have a couple of these that you can afford before you start to look down at your toes and the Charlie Brown music comes on and you start accepting your fate that it's just not going to work out this time around. That's going to be it for Game 2. It's Rain Day and James. On the cast, we'll see Glitter and Tom take over Game 3, our last game on on World's Edge. You don't want to miss it.
Dead.
Oh, Cliff! I'm armor swapping, I'm coming!
Come back,
get me!
Get him!
Cliff 6 and 2!
88!
Keep it dead.
Let's go! Oh my god! Play it like a Drake! Play it like a Drake!
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League North America. Glitter Explosion and T-Squared here, hanging out with you guys, getting ready to head into match number 3 of the day, the final match of the day on World's Edge. But game number 2 did not disappoint yet again. Tom, we're seeing consistency out of some of these teams, and we're seeing some crazy plays. I mean, 17 kills out of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, 100 Thieves is coming into form, and we also saw the contest that's going on between ESA and Sentinels, a little punch-out happening over towards the beginning of the game, but Watson, again, making it to the top 5, didn't win the game this time around, but still put themselves in a potential position to go and win, and I love the classic zones that we're seeing over towards World's Edge. That is one of the most classic zones right there in the middle of Fragment on that broken bridge.
Now, it was a little confusing there at the end how 100 Thieves won that, so we actually were able to get a clip of the final moments to figure out who had second, who had first place, because Dropped was the last player alive, and you can see that as the zone was pushing in, he had like no real estate whatsoever to really work with, and the time that it took him to die was enough to get SSG second place, while 100 Thieves was just decimating the rest of the squads.
That looked like the play, really, and he was like, you know what, I'm just going to go down here, try to live, maybe I could float in the air, and try to survive a little bit longer, and it ended up working out for him in the long run. But here it is, match number 3 coming up here. Find out if we get any repeat winners. It was Furia in game number 1, it was 100 Thieves in game number 2, but Furia following that up again on Watson with another top 5 performance. And I love what Rain Day and Bardoff were talking about in terms of cryptos, being able to counter a lot of these things. As you start to see this evolve, as adjustments start to get made, as teams try to make their way in the playoffs, who's going to pull something out unorthodox, or not even just that, who's trying to avoid the relegation and make it into split 3 as we see 100 Thieves in their landing spot over towards the Skyhook area.
I feel like the farther we get into the day, the crazier things we could potentially see, especially, I mean, you'd mentioned it before we jumped into the game, but there was the unfortunate kind of fisticuffs fest that did not go the way of Sentinels there, and that's not what they want to happen because they need some points.
I think ESA was mad that they griefed themselves in game number 1, and they just wanted a punching bag, and they looked at Sentinels to go and do that. But here it goes, Northwest Zone. Trials definitely going to be big for Team Liquid. You're going to feel good if you're 100 Thieves, the rich get richer, to have the zone pull over there. And Furia, Space Station Gaming, all of the squads that we saw over towards Fragment, now they get gifted with the zone here. Let's see who can take advantage of that.
Yeah, this should be interesting. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Liquid takes advantage of this, because they are also one of those teams that's outside that top 10 bubble, looking to try and make their way in. They weren't too many points behind. So this could be an opportunity for them to really clean it up. And I mean, to be fair, Furia and their consistency, we even heard Bardoff talking about it. This zone favors them. Could this be yet another strong finish for Furia?
Well, they already look strong in terms of the armors. Panthers is going to have that gold. Possibly toss that on over to Tech a little bit later, because he's going to be able to charge his shields up and get the cells for the entry frag. That's what you really want, but we'll see what the play is going to be in terms of setting up. This is the most important part, right? They want to make sure that they're getting to the right spot and setting up with that Watson really early, but you want to make sure that you also have your crafting materials that you're going to need too. But the 50-50 continues. Built by Gamers with an armor advantage. They also have one of the players fairly caught out. Literally Vibing now taking a lot of damage. I think this is going to end in the favor of Built by Gamers again, Glitter. This is unfortunate for Literally Vibing. They just can't seem to get their footing over here.
I mean, the real question is, when do you concede the 50-50, right? Do you continue pushing this and hoping that the fight eventually goes your way? Or halfway through the day, is this, or I guess there are no more opportunities, huh? This is their last shot. They just decided to keep doing it tomorrow. And they won't even see each other tomorrow. This is it! What am I talking about?
What are they talking about? They're done for right here. I mean, they're going to be talking about what they did wrong, and that was even mess with Built by Gamers, because they have not been able to get anything going. 1 point, the 50-50 is not working. It's really heartbreaking to put in all of that work and not even really be able to play the game, Glitter.
I just got so lost by the fact that this has continued, and now this is their last opportunity, and it was not it didn't go the way that they would have hoped.
It just doesn't look
BBG,
fun from his point of view. You know what I'm
really
saying?
Doesn't. It's the perma escape right now. Going to have to try and rat and see if they can get some points for literally vibing. But BBG has to feel good about that because that's now multiple times they've gotten essentially some free KP super early on in the match. And considering where they were in the overall standings, they could take every single point that goes their way.
Alzura, I feel for you, man. I think we've all been here in our ranked games before. Not in these type of scenarios for this much on the line, though. Now he's going to end up going back for his teammates, and rightfully so. I mean, what are you going to do? You have 1 point. You're not going to be able to rat it out and pick up a ton of points along the way. I think that's definitely the smart call. Now, Cloud9, they're going to take the skies with the Skyward Dive. They're going and doing a rotation over towards the back side of Trials, maybe on over towards the sniper post. That's already going to be taken, though, so maybe they're going to have to loop all the way around. Hopefully there's no teams at the entrance. There is a team there, so every single spot, there are no vacancies. Teams already making a quick rotation in, and Space Station is one of them.
Oh, and it looks like Space Station is feeling like they kind of want to go for this. They know that there's the potential for Cloud9 to be pinched here between the squad at the opening of the doorway and then them at the sniper tower here. The cracks coming out with the Hemlock, definitely putting Cloud9 in a rough position, and I don't really know that Cloud9's going to be able to get out of this.
So I was like, is anyone else shooting on my team? Like, what's going on here? I'm putting in so much damage. All you guys got to do is sneeze on Elbrily, and he's going to go down. He's even taking shots onto Naughty over towards the side. Somehow, some way, Cloud9 survives. Huge missed opportunity for Space Station Gaming right there, in my opinion.
I'm surprised that the third party didn't come out. I mean, they heard all of that action going down. They could have made assumptions about the state of the armor. It looks like Torrent decided they wanted to play a little bit more passively here, but there's got to be a point where they want to push out and take that, right?
Here's the thing. Yes, they want the kill points. I guess the risk just isn't worth the reward because they are in one of the best spots right now. However, you're looking at a team that's really, really talented, right? And now here comes another squad over towards the left here, Glitter. Wow. Trials is really heating up. You know you have the team from above, so I think they're worried about going in a little bit too hard. They need to back off just a little bit and make sure that the team from the top doesn't drop.
I mean, even just a little bit of poke, because Torrent's still one of those squads that's right outside that bubble that does want to make their way in. To be fair, they have had some good points today so far, but why not try to, I don't know, maybe
just
clean up
toe
a
in the
couple?
water. Just a little bit. You
exactly.
know, see what the temperature's like out there, you know, in World's Edge. It can't be that cold. I agree, though. I think that's smart, right? Just open the door a little. It's like no one wanted to open the door. Someone be a gentleman, open the door, shoot the people over towards your right, see if you can get some kills. Glitter, I agree. I agree. But again, the only thing that I could think of is that this spot is just so darn good. That's why they're playing a little bit timid.
They also could, maybe they want to just conserve their resources right now, knowing that the potential for mid to late game to get a little bit crazy, and like you're saying, they do have a really solid spot that they want to protect, and they don't want to, it's not like they have a lot of options to really go find some additional loot. Like you're saying, there's people above that could drop down on them, and so they need to be smart about it. But I wouldn't have minded a little aggression, as we can see the
Nocturnal.
POV there on the side, yeah.
Nocturnal actually got a double kill with an arc star right there, a double knock. Now, Space Station, we know that there was a team that was pinching over towards the side. Nocturnal's continuing to light up the kill feed, and he's going to take down Tony. His one player is going to be completely cracked and taking their shield down. That's Girl on the Caustic. The armor swap coming in for Space Station. Most likely a Skyward Dive, very similar to what Elbrily and the C9 squad were doing, but it was just a little bit later, and now Cloud9 going to be sitting over towards the side. But I agree, there's so many good teams here. Getting that extra loot, getting rid of this team could have been huge, because the zone's going to end. If it does end outside of Trials, more than likely it's going to end outside of that door. So you're not going to be able to stay inside forever. You almost want to try to own both of those spots. It's very hard to go and do so, though, again, with the paranoia from the team coming up on top. And a lot of times, you know who that team on top is? It's 100 Thieves. We've seen them lock down the top of Trials a lot, so I'm curious to see where they are.
Yeah, and while that's all been going on, SSG decides to rotate away from the Cloud9 area just for a moment so that they can sandwich TDG between themselves and Liquid. SSG is actually doing a really good job of kind of covering all of their angles right now and cleaning up wherever they can, damage-wise, KP-wise, and, I mean, you said it yourself, knock with the insane dual knock with the Arc Stars, and now Liquid also, I mean, we said we wanted to keep an eye on them because of where they dropped. They've set themselves up well as alongside everyone else.
We need to think of sandwiches now, and which player or team would make the best sandwich. A Skittle cake sandwich. Let's just wonder what would that look like, first of all. A Skittle cake sandwich, that seems pretty interesting. Torrent, they're still slow playing this one, and it's because they don't really have any grenades. I feel like, Glitter, if one of these guys had multiple grenades, they would have really been interested in pushing that fight earlier, or at least flushing them out.
Yeah, that definitely could have changed some things. A well-placed Arc Star, even a well-placed Thermite could have really kind of zoned Cloud9 pretty heavily, which would have been nice. And they I still think a lot of it is resource management, so we'll have to see if it ends up working out for them in the long run. But you asked about 100 Thieves, and here they are. They are on that high ground, looking pretty comfortable. See if they can maybe land some pot shots on the squads that are rotating, trying to find some better positions, but they look pretty comfy.
It's fun to see 100 Thieves in multiple trial zones and how they're able to approach these situations. They didn't pop off how they would have liked to before because of instances like this where a lot of teams were not making this mistake of trying to run in, and this is where you get your kill opportunities. So last time we saw 100 Thieves play this zone, they were kind of just dancing up there. They weren't even doing anything because there was no action, and they were just emoting because they knew that no teams were going to go and push. But this time around, it seems like everyone's really scrambling to get over towards the trials area. Sentinels, they're not really worried right now, but they should be because they need to start picking up some points. You can see our predictions are not looking good, Glare. They only have 3 total.
Don't say that. Don't say that yet, okay? It is no holds bar when it comes to storm points, so even if they can just nail down some placement points here in this final match, I do agree, would like some more aggression out of them. Nice shots coming out. Scurry with that 30-30. I mean, right now, the spot for 100 Thieves is working out very well because even if they're not getting KP right now, the damage they're able to put out without taking any in return, so they're not wasting any of their resources, but they're leveling up their shields. That alone is putting them in such a strong position, combined with the fact, like you were saying, no one's willing to push them. There's no safe way to push them right now, at least.
You can see ESA in the picture-in-picture, but I agree. Nice shots with this 2x. Not easy connected on 30-30 at that range with just that type of scope. Now, charge rifle up here, oof, that would have been just a grief city down over towards the Skyhook area, but I've never seen so many 30-30s back-to-back. That's 2 30-30s. One of the more underrated weapons. I'm curious what the chat thinks. What do you guys think of the 30-30 chat? Who's good with it? Who's bad with it? Who thinks it's good? Who thinks it's bad? As you see Furia inside of the marketplace over towards Skyhook. Things are getting lit over here.
Yeah, we saw quite a few fences down on that low ground when we were looking at 100 Thieves' perspective, but Fury looks like they're going in, taking out Kuma right away. Fury, and somehow getting away just barely with the sliver of health, does end up getting taken down, though, and Furia should be able to at least hold this off for a little bit. But wait, now they're getting pushed by Start a Fight.
Oh, that was a big breeze that came through, or was that a Mad Maggie that just boosted that team? I felt like all of a sudden, once they noticed that they have this opportunity to get these kills, they just walked faster. Something about Start a Fight seemed like they were hungry for these points. And Crummy unfortunately goes down. The res will come through, and there doesn't seem to be a fourth party, but the shots are coming through the window. Someone needs to punch him into safety so he's not in the window anymore.
That was definitely an unfortunate third-party situation there. Cloud9 somehow having escaped the clutches of SSG, making a nice rotation with a recovered banner on a completely knocked out Albrelelli. We'll have to see if they're able to get him back in or if it's just not going to be enough right now. You can see that they're trying to look for it, see if they can maybe get there safely, but it's going to be risky.
Definitely going to be risky. The R301 2X, one of the classic combos here, constantly being used and utilized by our players. Now Dexterity with them. Big fight happening over towards the Lava Fissure side. That's going against Built by Gamers. Davis Wave with the shots connecting with the Hemlock, but the flank coming around the corner. Now it's up to Sung, former Caustic player, hitting the battery over towards the high ground, but the perfect timing coming in from Sank, and he's going to take them down. Built by Gamers. Their team fighting is looking pretty strong, but there goes the third party almost immediately. No chance to get the res, and a lot of loot boxes going over to OA.
Yeah, Built by Gamers, though, even though they do end up going out there, what I'm loving is that they're willing to really push this aggression right now. They know that they need some points, and so we're seeing that reflected in their gameplay as it is a little bit riskier, and they kind of got punished there as a result of that, but they're still getting some good points.
Agreed, and that's what you got to do, push that envelope. That's why we're anticipating these games to be a little bit more hectic in terms of what the players need to do that are getting desperate, that are trying to avoid the relegation, or maybe have a phenomenal pop-off game and moment so they could take first place overall today and maybe give themselves a shot to make it into the playoffs with 1 day remaining. But there goes C9. Naughty, he is going to be the last one alive, and unfortunately for C9 fans, they go out in 15th place.
They honestly could not find a single safe place to really rotate into. Everywhere they were checking, it was already occupied or there was a current fight going on, and they were taking a lot of damage as a result of that. So that was kind of a rough path that Cloud9 was on this entire match. So unfortunately, like you said, they do go out probably a lot earlier than they would have liked. So we'll have to see how they bounce back when we move on over to Stormpoint. But Complexity now looking pretty solid in their spot. Esports Arena going for that rotation. Seeing that they are not alone, they're going to have to find somewhere to land as they do take a tad bit of damage. But this is a little bit scary, this rotation, so let's actually jump into a quick listen in and see what's going on with their comms.
Syringing.
They're in on that roof there. You have to give you all them, dude.
I gave you all to them. I gave you all to them. Heal up, Skittles.
Should we get the Skittles?
We need to get a left angle here. And we can't, there's a team over here fighting.
I hit one. I hit one right here.
The crates for now? And third this?
We're gonna get pinched here, buddy.
We just gotta hold our spot. Hold our spot.
I'm on my last bat.
Here's a bat. Here's a bat. I dropped one.
They're gonna get above us. They're gonna come above us. Careful, dude. Careful of your right knock.
I'm slow healing. Do you have a ult, Excel?
On my right, on my right, on my right. Bubble, bubble, bubble.
I got bubble.
I hit him for 50.
No, we shouldn't have gave up that rock. We gotta go in right here.
They actually beat somewhere.
Watch our left. They're getting ulted.
At the oh, they're looking at us.
I'm watching their back.
I'm batting.
We're in a huge pinch here.
61 dead up.
58%, not close. Can we get there? Can we just take their spot now?
I think we do. 12 seconds. We need to wait for a bubble.
At the bat.
Batting
the other team shot him off.
I'm burtonating.
I'm gonna try to get Celtics off.
We just Valko. Watch our right. I think we got a Valko literally on me.
Alright, we have to bubble it. I have it, I have it.
Yeah, we gotta bubble it, dude.
Okay, I'm bubbling it. Let's go.
Spin for your life.
Where do you want me to go for?
Go far side maybe?
Yeah, just hover as long as we can towards this side.
I'm not healthy, by the way.
They're fighting over here right now.
We could land in that rock.
Yeah, go for that.
I need to heal right away. I need to heal right away. And we don't have.
I don't bubble. You're just gonna have to LOS. Get on me, get on me. Oh, there's a team on the hill.
Climb up. I have one cell left. We have to kill everything on the right here.
They bubbled on the right.
Just chill. I'm healing.
They're
walking up to you. The Valky's flush.
I bubble.
I ulted everyone over here. I cracked one. We gotta get across here. Get in the bubble. They're dying to my gas. Get in this fucking bubble.
I bubble too.
I got Gibby. Push through. He's in my gas dying. Push through.
That's not good.
It's fine.
Oh my, okay, that could not have been any more a series of unfortunate events for Esports Arena, Tom. I mean, they back-to-back tried to Valk rotate and just could not find a spot that was going to work out for them, and they tried to really use that rock there at the end, but there were too many teams around them to do anything.
The intensity level rising as we get closer and closer to finishing off World's Edge and moving on to Stormpoint. Oh, Scurry continues to impress with that 30-30, and he's shot a lot of shots up here. You can see he's picked up 1,100 damage, but has not been able to get any kills. However, the red armors are being swapped on over for purple, so he can continue to lay down that damage. We'll see if he can drop another 700. Hey, who had this armor? Well, why didn't you charge it up enough?
Yeah, Scurry is just melting, folks, right now. As you see 100 Thieves trying to just double check down below if they can maybe pick up any additional damage or KP from the squads that are holding down the lower side of Trials. Torrent's probably still in there, seeing if that spot's working out for them. But the teams that are all on the side that Esports Rangers tried to rotate to, we saw SSG still over there. We saw a couple, I think Sentinels is still down there if I'm not mistaken, or maybe they are gone already. We're already down to 7 squads. It's possible they died and I missed it.
Things start to get a little awkward when you have to move from up here, though, so we'll see exactly what the play is from 100 Thieves, because you can see if you're inside, you're going to be okay still. And that's the position that was being locked down by Torrent, and I believe they're still going to be big chilling over there, too. So Sentinels did die right before ESA. Thank you, Bardoff. Now you can see Team Liquid pushing in bubble on bubble action over here, and I think this is still Torrent inside by the door. Imagine if they are not able to get the kill points that they wanted after locking down such a strong position.
This is going to be the make or break push for Team Liquid. They know they need these points, whether that's the KP or the placements. They're trying to see if they can move Torrent out of this spot, but Torrent is doing so much damage. It's all down to Fun. Can he clean up the rest of these kills? It's going to be really, really hard. He's trying to see if he can maybe get some cells off, get his shields back up so that he can peek and start doing some more damage. The doors are open. Another bubble does come down, and Fun just does not stand a chance there. That was rough. Unlucky actually being the squad that decides to push in there.
When their team name, the satire, it hurts for Team Liquid fans. Like you said, they really needed those points. Not just those points, but the points after that too that were to come if they were able to stay alive. A potential game-winning moment right there, thrown out the window. Unlucky with the timing coming around the corner. Wow. Now Complexity trying to capitalize on all of this. Another team that desperately wants points. They're going in on their previous winners. That's 100 Thieves. Scurry's still looking good with the shots. Who do you stop on 100 Thieves? You can't stop them. Vaxon and Scurry taking them down. That was a huge fight for 100 Thieves.
And the best part is while the fight was happening with Liquid, Torrent, and Unlucky, 100 Thieves was still lighting up the kill feed themselves. I believe they took out OA in that entire process, so they are just completely decimating the squads they're coming across right now. And SSG has been holding this area the entire game. It's going to be down to these last 3 squads, 100 Thieves versus SSG versus Unlucky, and we'll have to see which team is the first one to flinch, who throws out that bubble first, and who can come out on top.
Have to have a lot of gold bags here. You can see double gold bags. Vaxon has one, Scurry has one. I'm not quite sure if Amu has one. I don't think I've ever seen 3 players with gold bags. We'll see if 100 Thieves is going to be able to do something with those, or whether they'll even need a res coming through, as Unlucky is going to go and toss a defensive bombardment over towards the right side. Fortunately for 100 Thieves, that's not onto them. That's onto Space Station Gaming, which means once the bubble's down, Scurry's going to be able to capitalize on that. They could slow play this. Frex is already down, so it's a 2-on-2-on-3 now.
And Scurry just landed the final bullet in that crate that I had instantly dropped it to see if he can maybe find a different gunner. Just put in work with these final Mastiff shells that he does have inside of his gun. This is 100 Thieves' game to lose at this point, though. Space Station trying to do some damage as Unlucky tries to escape. Their top 2 squads down to 100 Thieves and SSG. And the bubble does come out of Scurry first.
The Mastiff shots are not connecting as hard as you would hope. Amu's going to go down. Now it's up to Scurry. He does have to reload. And SSG, they're going to take the game. I thought the defensive bombardment was going to be used from Scurry on the opposite side where SSG was. I don't think he realized that that was just a duo over towards the side, and they still had their bubble. Unfortunate circumstance that they allow SSG to get back up, fully heal, and then win that final 1 versus 1. Well, 3 versus 3. Impressive, impressive stuff from SSG.
I really thought 100 Thieves had that. I really think you're 100% right, Tom. It was the fact that they didn't realize the opportunity that was on their one side. Had it been the 2 players on SSG, would have been a totally different ending there. But SSG with a beautiful recovery and Unlucky kind of assisting with that there, kind of distraction, causing a distraction for long enough that it allowed them to really get a reset. And then that final fight between those 2 teams was incredibly strong on the SSG side of things, coming in with the 10 kills too. So this is yet another strong performance for Space Station. To be fair, a strong performance for Sports Arena, even though they had that unlucky ending, still able to get 7 kills on the board.
What's interesting enough, too, when you look at these stats from the number 1 and 2 teams, is that that was a 6-point difference because they both had the same amount of kills going into that last fight. So if 100 Thieves is going to be able to win that one, they'd have 22 points, and Space Station would have had 16 as you take a look at the second page. But yeah, 7 kills for ESA. That's pretty big. 100 Thieves was on the top of Trials for a long time. Very well played. That's a hard circle for all of our players that were not in the area.
I mean, impressive across the board for a lot of those squads. We saw some attempts at some aggressiveness out of a lot of these teams. BBG with 5 kills. Had they been able to live a lot longer, that could have been a massive performance for them, but still really liking the general play style that we're seeing out of them here today, knowing that they do need to get a lot of these points on the board. And I mean, I even enjoyed the push that we saw out of Liquid trying to take the spot from Torrid, that we saw a push out of Complexity trying to get some more points on the board as well. And look at the numbers here. Zenile with the 2,300 damage for only 2 kills.
That is a lot of damage for only 2 kills. We've seen some people get 100 damage per kill. That's 1,000 damage per kill plus the 2 assists. I'm interested to know what happened to Furia because they had 1 win, another top 5 performance previously on the fragment area, and I don't think that they had to go that far for that zone if I'm not mistaken. We'll have to find out exactly where their landing spot was again. I think it is on that northern side, northwestern side of the map.
Yeah.
But you would expect, with the way that they've been playing, the way they've been positioning themselves, they would be in a good spot. But let's take a look at the drop spots too, and some of the highlights from the previous matches as we go through all the games on World's Edge. I mean, that was really intense the entire time, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this was at least a good way for these groups going up against each other to close out World's Edge, because it needed that level of aggression from the teams that are really set and solidified on this map to kind of open up the doors to see what can happen as we move into Storm Point, because I think that's when things are going to start to get a little bit crazy.
And you know we can't go over those highlights without our boy Fallout, who was enjoying those games just as much as we were. Woo! Intense matches, Watson's back, Trials endings. That was a blast.
I thought y'all were going to move on without me. I started to feel a little left out, a little FOMO going on now. But jokes aside, great games to kick things off. It's Furia, then it's 100 Thieves, then it's Space Station Gaming. Some household names, maybe not the ones you would necessarily expect. No ESA, no Cloud9. Fairly quiet games from them as we jump into the match 1 highlights. Glitter, walk me through what we saw.
We saw a lot, honestly. We saw a lot of aggression too, which was what I was just kind of talking about there. And the fact that it's from a lot of the teams that didn't need too many points, honestly. I mean, we saw 11 kills, like you're saying, out of Fury, and the first match might be my favorite because, Tom, you called it from the beginning. You said as long as it's the teams that get the train cars, then they're going to be the most set, but we assumed people would try to push them out. Nobody contested Torrent and Furia the entire time, and then these final moments really allowed Furia to shine with the Watson, and I think everybody was surprised by that.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder what would happen if a team like ESA made it to the 3rd train cart that is right next to those other 2. But the compositions that both of those teams had, John, allowed them to lock that down for so long.
Yeah, it's been awesome seeing the return of Watson. Tom, you called it perfectly after game 1. Welcome, Watson, back to North American competitive Apex. Of course, for those of you who are not familiar, in APAC North, Watson is pretty popular. Majority of teams, 10, 11, 12 teams per game playing Watson. So that, of course, would be so interesting to watch in Sweden, how different regions have evolved the meta in different ways. But looks like Furia is channeling a little APAC North here with the choice of Watson. And they almost go back-to-back, but 100 Thieves got in front of them, Glitter.
100 Thieves. I feel like right now I can't say enough about 100 Thieves because they get a 17 kill win here. I mean, this is massive, right? And then they follow that up when we get into those match 3 highlights. Like, they followed up by yet another incredible performance, and it's why they're one of our top teams. There's somebody that we talk about all the time, and those are the final moments there of that second match. But 100 Thieves is just performing so incredibly strong right now.
Yeah, and in the same way that Furia kind of went back-to-back first and second, or third. Well, it was 100 Thieves that did it in games 2 and 3. They go back on the heels of a first-place 17-kill win, like Glitter just said, and look to almost repeat it. They had a 3v3 pure opportunity to win the fight here towards the end of match number 3. But some northern zones as well have certainly helped teams like 100 Thieves, Furia, and other teams that drop on the northern side of the map, Tom.
No doubt about it, and this was a heartbreaking loss right there for Torrent and for Team Liquid that were trying to make their way out of there, and Team Unlucky comes through and cleans that up. Those teams really needed those points. Complexity really needed those points. 100 Thieves and Space Station Gaming, this 3v3 was awesome. I never thought after watching the previous games and seeing the shotgun play that was coming over towards the game number 2 fragment zone that you were going to be able to beat 100 Thieves in that bubble fight, straight shotgun fights, but SSG was able to do so and do it in pretty impressive fashion.
Yeah, and this kind of sets up the exact point I was just making, which is two northern zones, actually 3 out of 3 northern zones. So you don't see that very often after all the southern zones. And guess who's on top? Well, teams like Space Station played really, really well. 100 Thieves dropping Skyhook. Furia dropping in Countdown. Complexity was in the top 4, top 5 consistently. So our northern team certainly benefiting here on World's Edge, which is good to see, because how many times have we had Pro League matches where we get nothing but southern zones? This time, all northern zones, all
sorry
day.
to interrupt, Fallout, but look
Please
at
do.
Fragment West. Man, that place is free, so I'm really wondering what Built by Gamers and Literally Vibing are doing, especially Literally Vibing. That's the type of stuff, man, as a competitor, you got to do your research. You got to look into these things. You have to know that that spot is going to be open, unless that's some sort of error in our graphic, which I highly doubt. That's something you got to take advantage of.
I think it is an error. I think TDG was dropping Fragment West, and Starfight was going and grabbing Fragment East. They were splitting that 50-50 as they both probably recognized each other and adjusted. But nonetheless, I definitely do agree. Make sure you get good distribution and do your research. With that said, let's take a look at the results, because I'm actually very interested to see who's on top. And guess what? 100 Thieves, no surprise given their consistency. 53 points, one of the most top-heavy games we have seen since ESA did it in week 1 or 2 of the Pro League with 120. 53-point game is insane, Glitter.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm shocked by right now. And not because of the numbers themselves. I think we could have maybe guessed that from their performances, but the gap itself with how many teams were close coming into today, that's what I'm mostly shocked by. We're getting some crazy performances on World's Edge out of 100 Thieves, even SSG keeping themselves in a top spot. And that's why I keep saying, as we move into Stormpoint, it always opens up so many opportunities for the squads that really need the points. I mean, to be fair, Furia was kind of towards the bottom of the overall standing, so the fact that they've been so consistent on the first 3 maps will definitely give them in a more comfortable spot, because they do not want to get relegated. So generally that's huge for Furia. But then I'm looking at the likes of Liquid here up on this first page. They at least do jump up a little bit. They need to continue that grind though if they want to get in the top 10.
Yeah, that's right. And the biggest thing that stands out to me is ESA still manages to be in the top 5 despite getting some really non-favorable zones for them. I mean, keep in mind, they drop on the far southeast side of the map over in Lava City and Big Mod, so still able to get kills and stay relevant by picking up a few kill points along the way despite not so great placements. Meanwhile, on the second page, Sentinels, the biggest disappointment so far. They got to turn things around here going into Game 3, but guess what? They're going to have that same old ESA versus Sentinels challenge in the mill. I'm really interested to see how they play Stormpoint, Tom.
But that's a really interesting point that you brought up about ESA, because Sentinels is another team that's a victim of the northern zones there, because they land on towards Lava Siphon in the south side. So you got to feel for them, because when you looked at Torrent, you looked at Liquid, you looked at Complexity, these are all teams trying to fight their way into the playoffs, and Sentinels just hasn't shown up the first 3 games.
That's right. I'm excited to see if they can bounce back here in Stormpoint. And let's go ahead and start shifting gears just a tiny bit to Stormpoint, because guess what? Our next 3 games will be on Stormpoint. We're going to flip over maps, and you're going to have to see some consistency out of the same teams that are playing well. Teams like 100 Thieves, I think you'll continue to see that. The biggest storyline in my eyes, though, is the fact that Sentinels is right in 10th, 11th place on the fringe. And last time they played Stormpoint with ESA in their lobby, they did not have a good time, Glitter. ESA bullied them over towards the mill. They ran away with tails between their legs and ended up getting, I think, maybe just 10, 12 points after 3 games of Stormpoint here. So really interested to see how they play it.
Yeah, I remember that too. So we'll have to see what they decide to do, how they decide to handle it, because they did not perform on World's Edge the way that I know that they would have wanted to, or that they would have liked, and that we know that they're capable of. And you don't ever want to be in one of those positions where your entire performance comes down to 1 game, or even a couple games, because that's just too much on the line. So they need to give themselves a little bit of cushion, at least heading into tomorrow.
That's right. We'll see if they can do that. Last 2 days of Pro League, last 2 opportunities to clutch up to secure a spot at the coveted LAN playoffs competition, where we will have $1 million in prize pool live from Stockholm, Sweden, just at the end of April. So much at stake, so many storylines, and such exciting games to come. We got games 4 through 6. We got Stormpoint with Rain Day and James Bardolph for after this.
Welcome back into the drop ship. We are here to take you to your next destination. Buckle up and do not worry, it won't be too bumpy. On our way to Storm Point, the new map in Apex Competitive. We've done 3 on World's Edge. 100 Thieves, SSG leading the pack, albeit that's not enough information to give the true story, James. 100 Thieves out in front by quite a lot.
Yeah, they are doing really well. And again, looking back to late last year, which wasn't too long ago, I think it's fair to say they were wanting more from their results, from their performances, and we're certainly seeing that this week as we head towards Sweden. Of course, we are halfway through the day. There are 3 more games to go, a new map, new territory, and maybe some different results for teams who will be looking for a little more today, such as Sentinels. And I did see a clip of them getting griefed by Esports Arena in that second game where they 3v1 dropped on the Bloodhound going for Beacon. So that's going to be very frustrating. But bearing in mind where they are in the overall table and how important these games are for Sentinels, they can't afford to have any more of that variance going into Storm Points.
And will we see, really, when you look at that leaderboard there and come back to screen, will we see Furia continue with the Watson? That's a question that I'm sure we'll all be excited to hear. And, you know, you got to perform well to get into that post-game interview, but imagine they get to the top of the leaderboards. We have a chance to kind of pick one of their minds on what this Watson pick means and where North America might head in that direction for the next month. We'll have to see. This is a lot of Apex in a row, and it is going to give us plenty of time, and the players as well, during the interim to Theorycraft. We may end up seeing an even bigger meta shift at Sweden than we have here. So we'll stay tuned for that. But as the captain says, we've arrived. You see the players jumping out, ready to land at their home base and kick this one off. It is game 4, starting now.
I was going to say I'd be shocked if we saw Watson, considering how open this one is. Hold on a second, no time to talk about that because we had warnings this might happen before the break. T-Squared was mentioning this could be an issue. Esports Arena will take any 3v3 and they tend to be pretty good at them. Sentinels, though, they will not back down. They are confident. But they can't afford to have this variance. They can't afford these coin flips.
Well, I think the problem is just that these two teams are not going to stop 50-50ing. And ESA are happy to do it. I mean, it is a real challenge of egos, and I can see why both aren't backing down. ESA, they put the performance on. Sentinels shouldn't be contesting based on this season, but Sentinels, they've got the history and have performed much better than many of the members here in the course of their experience in Apex Legends. So there's a lot on the line. But in the same way, you got to be pragmatic. And the team that needs these points the most is Sentinel. So if you are not aware of that, they're outside of the top 10. They're outside of qualifying. And that is why they've got to probably be the ones to make the adjustment.
Yeah, got to swallow your pride and get into the launchy launcher and make your way. And the Esports Arena are really going to send them on their way with some fireworks as well. And I think we've got that another server issue here. So hopefully it will resolve itself. We shall see. Last time we had to go for a reset. This happened once in EMEA earlier on, and there was a reset because the Prowlers were murdering people. But we'll see what happens. But in the meantime, while we figure out what's going to happen here, I do want to mention that there is seeding at stake as well. So even if Esports Arena's position is completely secure, I don't recall if it is or not. So, but regardless of that, even if it is secure, you want to have good seeding because let's look at TSM, for example. Let's go back to the last split. They had a very rocky road during the split before we got to the playoffs. Now, with that seeding, if a team like Sentinels comes in the back door and suddenly we find true Sentinels in the finals, they're going to be seeded with a team like Esports Arena who might be at the top. So this seeding is important and it may have a very interesting part to play in Sweden once we get there. So that is something to bear in mind. But will they get there? That's the big question.
And with how fast these groups move, I think a lot of these teams, they make a kind of one-size-fits-all plan. And as many people know who have ever purchased something that says one-size-fits-all, it usually doesn't fit all. It fits most, but not all. And that might mean that in the lobby with ESA, Sentinels do take the brunt of having to adjust and not really getting their favorable spots. But maybe ESA is really the one team that goes where they go, and they feel confident in almost every other lobby without them. So really, Sentinels trying to rank up as high as possible and as close to as ESA as possible, but that has not been the case. And you can see why Sentinels are so confident in fighting, because when it's not ESA, they have no problem running down teams. They are a very, very good 3v3 fighting squad. In fact, many of us often consider them, and I'm part of that camp, one of the best, if not the best, fighting squad in North America. But just hasn't been their way today.
Medicine often tastes quite bitter. Sentinels, not fancying ESAs, will dish out some of their own. Some much-needed KP for them. And maybe they sense weakness in the remainder of this team. Having to abandon their own position, perhaps they can take this one, at least in this particular game. And maybe the success they found here in the short term, at the very least, will be something to think about for the next 2 games to come. And we see one of the most dangerous teams in today's lobby, 100 Thieves, making their way towards the fish farms. See where they land.
There's just so much action in the southern part of the map. It really trends this way in Stormpoint. You know, I saw a little bit of the discussion. If you were not on Twitter, you missed a good one between some of North America's finest, G2 and TSM, a little back and forth, but just talking about the inconsistency between the northern circles pulling as often as the southern circles. And I would say that anecdotally, that does seem to be true. We see a lot of fights that end up happening around fish farms and Gale and Launchpad and Shipfall. So not that there's something wrong with that, but it definitely does seem to be a consistent theme that teams who are more equipped to rotate there sooner end up having a real advantage.
Yeah, and I think from what we've seen so far, the southern zones, I think, are more accessible on average for most teams than these northern zones where they've got limited chokes and it's really hard to make your way upwards. So it will be interesting to see how things play out as Stormpoint continues. And we have noticed that 100 Thieves have found limited place to land. They tried to go up top and that didn't work out. They tried to land here and they were contested as well with their squishy white armors. One's improved, but they need to improve their position, their situation as well. Looking to maybe push into that dome, didn't work out for them. But again, they have found some place now. Things will calm down a little, but there are plenty of things to be uncomfortable about with where they are at present. And they won't want to slip up. They won't want to take their foot off the gas because they're in a good spot in the leaderboard just yet. So they'll have to figure out what their next move is.
So important to have a caustic when you're holding a building this size too. Just as far as the thought process, well. Oh, there we go.
Take the peppermint tea.
All right, yeah. Caught us off guard. Listen, I think the point I was going to make is kind of moot because we're not in that situation anymore. So I'll save it if it comes up again, but we're going to restart that one. We had this once earlier today, and in general, I tend to agree with the idea that make sure everybody's got a fair shake. Obviously, teams who have done well, teams who have made things happen. You do wonder, though, if you go back and do it again, are we going to see Sentinels and ESA try it one more time? I feel like they're both lucky to get out of that interaction alive, so maybe Sentinels try to land somewhere else.
Well, I think one team's luckier than the other one, being Sentinels, of course, because they are the team in need at the moment. So there's definitely food for thought. And hey, if it went worse for them, then there would be even more so. We did hear that Furia are not playing Watson at the moment. We'll wait and see next game what they are going to play. But of course, there's a lot more places, a lot more shelter, it feels like, on World's Edge, so perhaps that's more favorable to Watson. But one of the issues that we saw from Furia last time they were playing Stormpoint was that they were often going for the late rotation, not into the zone, a late rotation, or even a tour, if you will, of replicators coming out of the zone. And we saw that many people had the same idea. We had some very interesting scenarios around NRG where multiple teams were coming through and actually essentially griefing each other in the heat. So I don't think they'll want to do that again because it was a very limited success that they found, Furia, and of course they do need to get out of that danger zone.
Listen, man, I like Furia. I love the guys on there. Real fun personalities. Great part of the Apex community. But their rotations in Stormpoint have been quite abysmal, in my opinion. It's just not fun to watch. It's not effective. To be out in the zone that long, the way they've stuck to it is commendable. but it just has got them at 27 points coming into this. And 24 is where relegation begins. That is the next team below them. They are right outside of relegation. So it's just an objective fact. Certain things haven't been working. I like the switch up today. I think the Watson on World's Edge was really, really clever. They played it really well. You know they have flexibility. They're one of the teams that ran Fuse earlier on in the season. They have been willing to try new things. So on the flip side, you kind of look at, genius in some ways. It comes with this great thing that you can produce most often, but then also comes into this very misunderstood usual personality where people are a little off-put, don't really know how to interact, and maybe, says some things that aren't socially appropriate or just, rub people the wrong way. You have these elements of, with Furia, they've got this creative, really nice thing that they could stick to, and in the Watson, win. But they also have that other side of creativity that, maybe some of these newer ideas or approaches aren't working. They got to reel that part of themselves in and just play consistent Apex Legends. Just do the stuff you know what to do. Don't try to reinvent the wheel on Stormpoint. It's already new enough, James. There's no need to try to add too much to it.
Absolutely. And I'm thinking about what the APAC North approach to Stormpoint might be, because their average lobby has at least 10, 11 teams with a Watson in, and
that's true.
Those teams are more passive. They're not as aggressive as North America, so it's not a one-for-one comparison, obviously, but it's still nice to see what the implementation is like. And there are certainly some highlights to the ends of their matches, which may give some clue. But of course, the big clue we will get is once we get to Sweden. I know there's at least one Pro Mirage in Japan, and I hope that they make it over as well, but I couldn't tell you for sure that is going to be the case. We are seeing a more and more eclectic mix of legends in these matches in different regions as well. Lots of Bangalore in EMEA. NA, it's more of a stranger in this region, although we might see one or two in Stormpoint today. But, to see a Watson win the first game is fantastic stuff as we head towards finals.
Well, I think that's a great sign of things to come. And, typically the way metas work is that you don't see it coming. And then when it happens, you go, of course. I mean, why not? Now it makes sense. And I think that's the same thing. No one really would have suggested, had we not seen a lot, I think, in APAC North, had we maybe not even seen Furia today, that Watson would work in the North American meta. But it certainly has so far. And I also have that same feeling on Stormpoint. I think the old phrase, hate begets hate, right? I think when you think of it, Gibraltar begets Gibraltar. Watson begets Watson. When everyone's playing Gibby, it's a lot easier to play Gibby, fit into what's happening, and not get exposed. I think if everyone's playing Watson on Stormpoint, what you'll see, like you had kind of alluded to, a more passive lobby. A lot doesn't need to be as mobile, even though there's wide open spaces. You don't have the threat of as many maybe Bangalores and Ashes and Valkyries coming at you in the same way that you would with a more, a traditional lineup that we're seeing in North America. So we might see a ton of Watsons. That lineup may not shift in Stormpoint and APAC North, but we are all obviously both excited to see what the clash looks like, because that's really where that first day of LAN, we are going to see everyone bring their ideas to the table, and then it's going to be like, okay, after school meeting every single game. Do we keep it? Do we scratch it? What do? We got to keep mixing this up. We only got 6 games left today, and we want to make it to the next round.
We have seen a Maggie pretty consistently from, I think, the top team in EMEA at the moment, Team Empire. They're just whipping out that Maggie on World's Edge. So, again, the different compositions are going to be very, very interesting indeed. And we should be back to see the current compositions on Stormpoint, hopefully quite soon after that reset of that first game. But again, so many questions. I hope we drop with Sentinels straight off the bat, actually, because we know they're going to be somewhere near Esports Arena. And, it's very interesting. Like, as humans, we don't always make perfect decisions, and pride can have a lot to do with some things. Especially with, you have to be confident in your own game. You have to have ego to be a top team in Apex Legends. So, but it must be a balance when, that ego can mean some variance, but you don't have the space to survive that variance, to suffer that variance. You need to get those points on the board no matter what, especially with the last 3 games today, where you're still in a position where you can finish maybe in the top 6 if you have a good run, Well,
that's why in most championship runs of any sport, you have coaches because they can bring the ego back of these stars. They can rein them in and direct the energy in the right way, because it's just a second that you go, hey, don't fight them now. Get yourself into a top 5. Show them who's better there. And a good player, a wise player will, all right, that's the switch I needed. You're right. What are we doing? We're wasting our own talent and our own time trying to prove something that'll be much better proven if we get it done on the scoreboard and we're 30 points ahead of them by the end of the day. They'll know not to worry about us. And Esports Arena, so far, the team that has almost done that more than anyone else in North America. See if they can do it again. And I just don't believe what I'm seeing. Sentinels right back at it. They lose Lou. There's still a chance, though, as they take down Duplex. It's a fine line, James, and they're looking to cross it.
Well then, how about this for a result? The confidence continues for Sentinels, and that is a nice ego boost for them, but they still have got some work to do, as we can see. Noct and Skittlecakes are alive, but Duplex won't be here for a while. Moving forward now as there is more to do. They might get a kill themselves, as we can see a downed player just hiding behind the supply bins, the sandbags.
Should get
to know where he is roughly. You can see the ping there, probably saying that there is an opponent there, but indeed there is a clock on that banner. Be a bit of punching in the butt to get their teammate up. Yeah, they definitely could do with getting that teammate up. Their thermites are coming though, and Esports Arena are thirsting for these kills. 2v3, they're still confident in this situation.
He's going to take the high ground. I think this door might open right away. Noct knows it. Wow, what a nice little mind game situation here. And in many ways, I think that downed player really distracts Sentinels because they're trying to constantly get him up. But it's not a good use of skills. You've got to kind of use that to your advantage, almost let him go, be willing to let him fall, and they do. And he bleeds out, and that'll be a shield swap for them as well. Both players now have lost a player, and they're playing their own little game here. I mean, this has nothing to do with the rest of the lobby. Two top teams cannibalizing each other's loot, their chances, and their time. And all the way over here in the corner, it's like, you know, it's like Ali and Tyson having a fight just on the edge of the world somewhere, nobody watching.
And ESA can more afford to grief in this fashion. They can more afford to sit around and just, you know, the longer this goes on, the less loot you have, the less rotation you have, the less, you know, the less everything. Everything, all these bars, all these positive bars are slowly heading towards negative. And if they're just like, well, you know, these guys are going to be more of a problem at LAN, then this can be a legit strat to just slow them down, you know, just to close doors they're trying to open, doors of opportunity, perhaps. And it continues now. They've got their banner at least. They have Duplex's banner, and they can chill. Esports Arena, even when it's been a 2 versus 3, we've seen them come out on top time and time again. The 2v2, they won't be too shy for it. The Devotion putting in work as well. Down to the Mozo, but that won't work for him. Almost 1v1 now. They're both still standing, Crust and Xenox. They need to get their shields up though, but it's getting better for them.
Yeah, and I feel like this is looking now the way of Sentinels, and if they can turn this around, you got to say it's that kind of bet on yourself that if it doesn't work out, the entire lobby, the entire viewership, the entire fan base goes, what were you thinking? And if it does work out, they say, wow, what geniuses. And I think it's looking that way. Not. He has a lot to do. Oh, my God, and he almost does it. That is a full spray. Almost no trade back. I can't believe what I've just seen here. He can get a res. They can't push him.
I don't know if they've got any shields left. I know at least one of them doesn't have shields on Sentinels. Perhaps the other one doesn't either. And meanwhile, we see Skittlecakes popping a bat immediately. This battle may just be changing the balance of power. Wow, this... surely they're going to thirst this. Surely they're going to thirst this. Going for the res, trying to get a third man up. There'll be some scrappy weapons around, I'm sure. What do Esports Arena choose to do? Your move, ESA!
It feels like they're just fighting. Like it just feels like what they're doing pragmatically isn't successful. Now, I don't know if that means that it's not the right call. These are pros. I'm not. So I just have to interpret what I'm seeing on screen. But I feel like ESA might have dipped. And if they dipped, I don't know if Sentinels feels like it's a win or not. But I just feel like somebody made the call somewhere to say, let's stop doing this, and it was C9 who got out of there. I think Noct got to another respawn, and he Valk ulted away, and that will be the end of that. But
I don't know, you know. I don't know if it's the end. These guys are crazy.
Jeez.
This is what would it be the internet if there wasn't griefing? That is the question. Let's see which direction they choose to go in. We can see where the arrow is pointing, and they appear to be driving in the other direction. So I think I want to say they might be headed. They are heading towards a replicator, so it's hard to be sure. And it seems they'll be looking for resources. Okay, so we're not going too rabid just yet, but they're still in the vicinity, I think. So let's not count our chickens just yet, because these guys might be looking for a bit more.
All right, at LAN, I want to sit these two in a room, and I just want to do a 3v3, stare at each other, you know, in a round table. I want to see what shows up. What do they start saying to each other? Because there's some pent-up frustration for sure. I have a feeling we're going to see some tweets later on this afternoon, or a couple of sub-tweets at the very least, about some upset landing locations that should have been elsewhere. However, under Thieves, they don't have to deal with that. The rest of the lobby, hey, you guys want to fight? Great. You're two of the top teams here. Makes it easier for us. Furia, excited to get involved in this. They're running the Bangalore, the Bloodhound. Sarah Tricky, I thought he got stuck there. He does get hit, though, and that's DePressley finding a nice kill onto Panders. How much can DePressley do? He's got a Mozambique. He's got just a little bit more health, and it's obviously not going to be enough. It is going to be Panders cleaning that one up. And a nice little Rolling Thunder. I like the idea of this because if anyone's trying to push or third party, they're going to have to run through that Bangalore ult. So good heads-up play from Tech.
Absolutely. Something we don't talk about too much is the defensive area control. We've seen a lot of defensive, like really defensive bombardments, not just in name today, to stop teams coming in and thirsting and so on. But Bangalore creates a great cover for a lot of area in certain directions. Very, very useful indeed. But I just need to go back to the first story of this lobby for a moment. This is the first live event in years for Apex Legends, and Sentinels could be getting gate-kept out of it by Esports Arena. Like, this is no small thing here. There is a lot on the line. So there is so much pressure on Sentinels to thrive, survive in these contests early on. And we can see them now moving towards the checkpoint, where we can see Durango Girl and Co. are in the nearby area, and it seems they may be looking for an ambush on the beacon. It wouldn't be the first time Sentinels have been ambushed on a beacon today either.
No. I feel like Sentinels might just start saying some other forces, some otherworldly forces are against us if TDG pull this one off. And it's possible that they can, but I'm not sure it's in TDG's interest. And do they know it's Sentinels too? Girl, Tony, and Durango Legend. We know how that zone has impacted them in Game 1. Wasn't the best, and they might just be hanging around. They might have sniffed out that there was a team nearby, and they want to use the replicator. And instead of starting a fight, they're just going to wait till that team clears out. Another potential strategy we could see playing out very decently here in Stormpoint.
Oh boy, this is oh, they are looking around to see if anybody is in the area. And they might get there just in time before TGG needs to start healing. Of course, there will be audio cues. They're spreading pretty wide now, TDG, and a lot of cover. They are going very wide of the beacon indeed. Now, is this a spatial awareness to make sure that there's no funny business? I don't think they're going to have the angles.
Wait a second.
The balance, though, TDG are going to have to start healing, but Xenox is looking. Oh, my God, please. Please, not like this. Here it comes.
Oh my God, who hit the first spray? That's the question. Oh, it certainly wasn't Sentinels. What can Durango do? Nothing. All right, well, that seals the deal there. They did down crust. But TDG...
That was lightning quick.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, really, obviously TDG showing up here in the Pro League, we have a great respect for all these players. But maybe just a little quicker on the decision-making. Maybe just abandoning ship too early. Maybe rotating a little early. That seems to have been the theme for them. In Game 1, it was skyward diving a little bit too late. And in this one, it was not deciding to make a move, whether it was attacking Sentinels as they walked by as the ring was closing, whether it was grouping up together to focus on one member of Sentinels, taking them down quickly and having an easy 3v2, or whether it was just skyward diving now, getting ahead of Sentinels and trying to keep them. Either way, a decision has to be made, and their decisions are being made by default for them, which is definitely a room for improvement here. Still 2 games, though, you know, James, for them to turn it around and grab some points at the end of the day.
Yeah, and these scenarios are actually working out for Sentinels in this game, at least, in the respect that they're getting some KP early, they're getting some points on the board, which is better than has been the case in some of the games earlier on. It's a difficult day at the office for TDG, but it's a learning process again. So they're here for the long haul, so that's absolutely fine. But we've seen a lot of ambushing at beacons. People late in the zone. Sentinels and TDG are not the only teams. There's one at Barometer as well who I think are doing some crafting. And again, this has been a common theme. So Sentinels were very prepared. You've got to have that visualization. Don't make any assumptions that this area is free, that this beacon is free. And that helped them clear out the threat in very, very fast fashion. 18 squads remaining. 54 people are up for now. But again, as this zone is going to start to close, things are going to be very compressed indeed.
Round 2 coming to an end. 100 Thieves and the rest of the table on your right as we have all the teams remaining. There's only 2 that have gone down. Cloud9, a team I've had high hopes for, and their adjustments as well, kind of trading out with ESA and Alberlily and Noct. And kind of working out good for both teams. Literally vibing, though. Not going to work out going up against a red-hot SSG. Dropped just needs 66. That's less than a full magazine from an R301. It's about half of it, to be exact. Can he find that? He's waiting. It's a face breach, though. Really well timed. And let's listen in to SSG as they try to pursue this.
Get in front of them. Get in front of them. Go to this building. There might not be anyone here.
Another SGP.
I'm flying up just to check. There might not be anyone here, bro. You hear anyone, Zen?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna look at them.
Get me on this height. He has a fucking...
We can hit zone
He has purple?
in 20 seconds.
Motherfucker.
Sorry.
There's a car right there. More light here if you can carry it.
No, I'm on heavy.
Fuck.
Here, I'm gonna drop you guys 1 cell here. On the ground.
They're still fighting.
I'm 6'4" still. I wasted my only nade.
I'm 4'4". Here.
Can you carry?
Actually, no, I have 2 arcs still.
Fucking bitch, man.
They're climbing. These guys are close. They're on our fucking thing. Do we see anyone above?
Wait, what? You're tripping, bro. Wait. They're south.
What? No, yeah, that's what I said. Southeast.
They're here.
Do we see anyone
30 purple
here?
Bro,
listen, I think we should start walking up. Bro. We should start walking up left.
I just don't know if there's a team there, bro.
I know.
I mean, this team's just behind us, so we gotta do something.
Yeah. Let's hit zip and jump off. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Go left.
Yeah.
There might be a crypto team in that building.
I'm literally staring at it.
Bro, fuck that guy.
I don't see anyone there. I'm listening. I'm trying to
work into command center.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. With Horizon, bro.
Yeah, we could. There might be a team here. Careful.
Could be riding it. Yeah.
Yeah, good job shooting that door, dog.
Yeah, there's a drone. They're ready.
Yeah, they're ready.
140 on knock. 140 on knock.
I'm batting.
I don't have my ult.
I don't think we.
They give you ult.
No, we did back up. Dude, that Valk. If one of you guys shot at him, we should just walk up here. Okay.
No, fuck that, bro. Fuck
okay.
They're gonna come out behind us.
Dude, that guy was 1 HP.
There's gonna be a team in front of us. They're getting Valkyried.
I know. I'm looking at them.
No one.
Okay. Yeah, we could just play from here then.
Okay, I'm just watching it back.
They give you ulted and EMP'd, so.
Yeah, they have no ults.
G-Force died, by the way.
Yeah.
Can you? Here, I'm gonna check and see if it's even open.
It is, bro. It is. I mean, check if the spider nest place is open.
There's someone shooting on the spider nest right now.
Yeah, that's fine. We could just work that later.
Yeah. There's a wingman here, bro.
Here.
I'm with you here. It's zone 3, by the way. They have to make a move.
Yeah. I'm here with you.
I still have Gibble.
They're shooting in the air. What the fuck is going on? These guys are gonna fight over here.
Do you have
By
more
the way-
crafting? There's a crafting.
By the way, listen, there is a team right here.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes, I know. I'm just saying, there is a fucking team there.
I don't have a lot of energy, so I'm just gonna save
When
it.
we move here to get them off of this, we're gonna have to play the pills and shoot them if they try and hold us out.
Yeah, remember, I have charge rifles.
Do you
so
want
I
to
can-
give you ult first? Do you want me to ult first to make them use bubble?
No, we need to give you ult.
We're just gonna walk slow. We're gonna walk slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when we're fighting, do you want me to ult first to waste their bubble?
I think you use your ult first.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, but then again,
They're walking out.
They're gonna Valkyrie.
Yeah, I cracked Valk. They're bubbling.
The other team Valkyrie too.
Yeah.
On top of this.
Yeah. Get ready. They're doing it.
I can't even see. Oh, what the fuck?
Valk.
30 flush.
I hit her 30 flush too. She's gonna be super low.
Yeah, try to kill her.
I'm sliding down. We gotta start. They're getting shot in the back of spiders. They're getting shot in the back.
I'm going.
Yeah, I'm here. Listen, you're in on me. You're in on me as well. This is a really good spot, Zen.
You want to just rat?
Yeah, we could.
No, bubbled here on the left.
Yeah. I'm looking.
Gibble that.
There's a team on the right. I'm shooting right.
I gibble to the left.
Shoot on them right. Can we look left?
Yes,
at all?
Yes, we should.
You have to look left. I'm gonna look right. There's one running back up. Nade on right.
Yeah, we're good.
Bunch of nades.
We're good here.
Popping the bat. I just got fucking sent flying. You can always just back up. You can just back up to this corner if you have to.
Yeah, they're queuing it.
Actually, I'm gonna bat this.
Falling on you.
He's going back there.
Valk low.
Valk cracked. Right here.
He bubbled.
Up there.
Nice. They have no bubble. You get ready to give ult this. And fucking her. Oh no.
I can ult them.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, maybe Horizon ult that rock.
To the right. We need a bubble up left.
Okay,
They're getting shot in the back.
Yeah. I'm
Nice. Walk up right.
I'm bubbling on the left. The Gibby's down.
I cracked one on the right.
All dead.
Behind me.
One dead off the other team. Pushing this bubble.
Yep.
No, I'm not. I got sucked. I killed the Gibby. Last guy.
Nice.
64.
I can't get in.
I need an armor swap.
He's 1 HP. I hit him 60
I
flash.
just died to a fucking snare, man.
60
Wipe
flash.
that. Nice. Fucking Horizon.
Behind.
Live.
Just live.
Just live if you can, man.
No, you should have just. Valk is right here. He's just trying to finish me. Just keep healing. They're just wide swinging.
Bro.
No way. Well, a comedy of errors and a lot of success before then. SSG tried to make the push uphill. It was looking good with Horizon, but they bit off more than they could chew, James, and, well, they get taken out in return from Complexity.
Yeah, there was a lot going on there, but sometimes it'd be like that. Again, these compressed areas with so many teams, the chances of that 3P are often pretty high. And to the victor, the spoils, Complexity. Big fans of purple. Team Liquid. Oh! Okay, I thought that was going to be way, way worse. I thought they were going to be poking out for a little longer, but they managed to just blast away. And there might be some regrets, actually. Hold on a second. I see a fuse mortar flare. What's going on? Team Liquid able to rotate out of it quite easily. They've got more area to cover, though, as that ring is about to close. And I don't know if they can get there safely because we've got that Fuse harassment. This is where Fuse comes into his zone. Limited cover. Fuse Q with basically unlimited range can certainly be a problem.
I mean, is Torrent playing Fuse? Is that what it is? Who's playing Fuse right now? I don't know who it is in the lobby. I'm not sure that we've actually spectated them, but Fuse on the high ground is so difficult to deal with. You just saw the mother load coming down, and it should be treated as the namesake. It's just so disgustingly difficult to climb up from. It's not Torrent, so there's another team out there just poaching this fight as a Fuse player, and they might just be the team that Torrent has to look above now. They've got a defensive bombardment to hopefully do just that, create a little bit of defense while it bombards and they heal back up. RKN popping a shield battery, but he's only on a blue, which is just tough in these final 8 circles. Another Horizon still available too, so a lot of Legend diversity here as the climax starts to reach for our number 4 game, our first game on Storm Point out of 6. 2 more to go after this. Ring number 5 finishing in 35 seconds. Then it all will start to close. There is not enough space for these teams, especially going uphill, to be holding.
Sentinels were hidden away in a nest, forced into the open now, and that is proving to be extremely painful for them. They're just about on the edge of the next zone, but I don't think that's favorable for them. Lou is probably going to be lost here, and Cross is surely going to burn to death. I don't think he heals up in time. Oh, the Senok's actually on fire, but their whole team now will be wiped out. Complexity with 8 kills on the board and 5 seconds to find a better position. You can see Torrent will take position on that rock now, or a rock. I'm not sure if it's the same one, but I don't think they're in the zone just yet themselves, so they'll probably have to press forward. There were so many squads on the high ground as well. There were 1, maybe 2 squads behind 100 Thieves in the door. I think there was 1 rotating around the back, so we're probably going to see action up top now as well.
This is just one of those days. It feels like Complexity is just running through the lobby. They're kind of known to do this. You talk about kind of who helped to introduce Bloodhound. Well, Complexity had a huge deal with that. And is this the Fuse team? It don't quite matter because Arced is Tempest. He gets a second arc as well. Oh, and a Kraber. Now out of ammo. It's going to switch over. Scurry on 100 Thieves. He's got the Volt to his name. 61 points. And still a little bit more of this game to go. We're only 4 in. What a performance from 100 Thieves. Defensive bombardment couldn't get out. That would have been huge as pressure from down below, but it is BBG Tempest who finds Scurry. Vaxlon still alive.
Couldn't find enough of a throw with the dome to stop exposing himself from below on the edge in more ways than one. Complexity looking to harvest 10 kills now for Complexity, really building a nice game for themselves, and the Wingman continues to do more damage. Muffins, Monsoon, Shiny, absolutely ruining teams on the high ground with nowhere to hide. In the meantime, 100 Thieves, or what remains of them, will do what they can. Vaxlon just trying to escape, trying to hide, trying to fly somewhere, but the gas might get him. I think it will do.
But he gets 2, and he gets the kill onto BBG by himself. Vaxlon, pat on the back there. I'm sure 100 Thieves Scurry will be saying, nice job. Way to make something out of nothing. It's Furia on the high ground, Torrent on the low ground to your left, and Complexity on the right. If I was a betting man, I would say Complexity finish this lobby up the way that they've started it. By far the highest amount of kills here so far, and especially considering that they are going against a 2-man Torrent team. Furia, though, have the high ground. And that is a great position here, especially when it is so tilted. If you want to see all these perspectives, check out Multi-View. It's the newest feature in the ALGS. But you may not have time to switch at this moment because the Rolling Thunder is coming down, and it is all coming to a head.
RKN's got 50 bullets and no dome. He's Caustic. How does he get close enough to find a way to use that shotgun? That is quite a predicament that Torrents are in. We can see Complexity starting to move to a different position. They need Furia to engage Torrent first. Torrent have maybe the worst position, but if Complexity push on Furia, then they may distract and allow Torrent to survive. We can see they have repositioned, they have some cover for the time being, and no one is really looking at Torrents anymore. It's Furia versus Complexity now, and that might let Torrent sneak a victory, or at least second place.
Tech rocking with the Deadeye's tempo. He's going to get the fast reloads and the extra ammo if he shoots all of these shots, but he doesn't. He reloads early, and he also doesn't have the digital threat. And that's tough. He smoked himself out, but can they hide in the smoke at least? Muffin seems to be doing a good job with it against Furia, so certainly Complexity in a position to win now. They've taken down 2. Can they take down the last one? It's Torrent also falling. Everyone's a victim of Muffins, and he's got the Hemlock to boot. He says, I don't need any fancy weapons. I don't need a knuckle cluster. I just need what's in my hands right here, and it's the Mastiff. Complexity going ham. They clean up game number 1 on Storm Point.
That Muffin, too rich for the blood of Torrent and Furia, and there will be celebrations as well. That is a huge game. They defended a very busy area for a very long time, and boy, does the Hemlock shred at range. Very nice work from Complexity. They really stacked up the kills there in that game as well. And I can't wait to see what they got in total because they were putting in work. Those damage charts are surely going to be off the chain. The Wingman spam on the rocks up north, the Hemlock spam on the rocks down south. Really big work from Complexity. Ooh. 19 kills for a 31-point game. Hello.
Jeez. That's the highest we've seen all day. And that might be the highest we've seen in 2 days. 31 points. Doesn't get much better than that. Almost an entire third of the lobby taken out by Complexity. When you count the fact that they're in the lobby, more than a third actually taken out by Complexity. Incredible performance from them. Big shout out to Fury, though, James. They have switched maps. They have switched legend compositions. They're still rocking second places. Got to show up, and they certainly have. Torrent getting inside that top 5. 100 Thieves as well. It was built by gamers who kind of found themselves in that final circle, caused a lot of havoc for these teams from the high ground. And Sentinels, though, still making it ahead of them in the overall point total with 7. We saw the engagement with ESA and, of course, with TDG that went their way.
Quick maths. This half of the leaderboard, half those teams have a combined 2 kills. That is dominance. It is a really arid landscape in this game. A lot of people struggling, just trying to hold on with placements and not getting much of anything done. Despite the early skirmishes, we can see Esports Arena able to muster 4 kills in that one. But again, man, it's pretty, if you're not in that top 3, it's pretty dry out there. There's so many zeros in the kill column in both the bottom half and the top half. Absolutely nutty game from Complexity. All they saw was targets, and all I saw were frags.
Complexity is like a snowball. They start at the top of a hill, and you just hope to catch it before it rolls, picks up ice, and gets a little bigger till it's maybe the size of your body, a little bigger till it's the size of a tree, a little bigger till it's the size of the whole mountain, and you cannot stop it. And that is the way that they play. They love it, and you can see 8, 7, and 4 kills. Over 2K damage minimum for every one of these players. Monsoon with 2,600 damage in this game. Light work for these guys, and they're such a feels team. So that is the key for this lobby now. Do not let Complexity start to find a role the way that they know how to, because it is going to be lights out for everyone when they play like this.
Yeah, that was a Christmas tree of a game from Complexity, and it was a pretty dark arena for everybody else. Again, so I do not recall seeing so many teams with 0 kills in the top half of the placements leaderboard. But again, Furia are turning their game around, and that has to be recognized. As you mentioned earlier on, they did well on the first map. Moving over to Storm Point, a completely different scenario for them, where again, they were struggling, going for late rotations, trying to get their utility up, visiting all the replicators and so on, but not really doing much of anything. Today is a new day for Fury, and that will put them in 2nd place overall, but Complexity will force their way up the board, very close in 3rd now, moving forward 4 places.
Yeah, great start for all of the top 4 teams. I think Torrent really placing well and kind of making a name for themselves, although a little quieter in this day. And it's really been the 100 Thieves story in World's Edge. They keep up the pace with that. I mean, these are clearly the teams to beat right now. I don't see anyone else. Maybe Esports Arena if they somehow figure it out with Sentinels. So far, those teams have not been able to do it together. Sitting 6, 26 points, that's enough to most likely say that we can take it easy tomorrow and probably still qualify. But 100 Thieves, Furia, Space Station, Complexity, those are the 4 teams looking the deadliest with a chance to take top points and top spot in today's lobby, in my opinion.
We still have 2 games remaining, and I'm looking at you, Sentinels. We expect big things from them. We know they are capable. Again, they are having a tough time. They are kind of being griefed by Esports Arena, but they were able to do better this time. And again,
This Caustic! Dead. Finish this one.
Last guy down low. Dead on left. Oh, these are all our kills. Just kill the last one. I think she slid all the way low. Oh, I'm on you guys. I can't see.
Let's go.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League NA region. Glitter Explosion and T-Squared hang out with you guys for the next match. But the first match on Stormpoint, Tom, that was insane. And I even said earlier, if we could get another ending with that Monsoon craziness play, it would be scary. And not only did Monsoon pop off, the whole squad popped off.
Yeah, they're great at just picking apart teams in terms of methodically deciding where they want to go. And then you just love to see Monsoon doing Monsoon things, right? We haven't had an opportunity to see Complexity pop off like that in a while. And what better time, right? When they're trying to make it into the playoffs, make sure that they secure a top 10 position. And we'll see if that's going to be enough for them to skyrocket into game number 5 and 6.
Well, what's even crazier about it, too, is, I mean, like, they essentially were like Sentinels who? They went 4th place in the second game on World's Edge, 4th place in the last game. Then they come into Stormpoint and get the dub on game number 1. I mean, they are doing everything that they could possibly do right now to get whatever points they need as one of those bubble teams trying to make their way into the top 10.
It makes you really think about how competitive North America really is, too, because we forgot about some of these teams that have popped off the last couple of days, right? And you can see that in our predictions because it's been a little bit dry in terms of it's been the same teams dominating, right? It started with ESA, who's going to beat them? They're dropping world record points, basically. And then all of a sudden you're like, wait, there's Space Station, there's Complexity. There's a lot of really awesome squads here in North America. And we're only, 24 hours, basically, from finding a way who the best 10 teams are currently that are going to be going to Sweden. So here we go, match number 5, getting ready for Stormpoint. Can't wait to see another exciting game here. But we'll see if Complexity can keep that momentum up. But we know that the 50-50 is happening between Sentinels and ESA, so our eyes are going to be on that.
Yeah, and we even heard Bardov talking about it. I mean, this is the time for Sentinels to step up. There's only 2 more matches, and they are in a cusp position when it comes to that top 10. And with everyone else starting to perform, I mean, even Liquid was only 4 spots behind. Oh, already 50-50 happening. Let's jump in for a quick listen in.
I'm going to try getting
Just kill that Gibby.
How did I not stick him, bro? I cracked one, I think.
Just run. I'm going to hold the door. Just run. Play duo. I'm holding the door. Just run. They're not chasing. Just get out. It's just Horizon chasing her now.
Yeah, I'm fucking 1 though.
Bro, I didn't get a gun, man.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. It just takes just that to fucking fuck that all up. Alright, we have to play duo crest.
Yep.
We should just dip. We should full dip here when I pop my Phoenix.
Bro, like if I just get a normal gun, man, it's so fucking annoying.
Yeah, we have to take launcher here.
You're not going to be able to kill that team north bad. They're going to be waiting for it this time.
Yeah. We should do a hard rat.
You need to get to a crafter on the opposite side of the circle. That's not top side of the circle because checkpoint's not going to happen.
They're taking the car and instantly chasing us.
Yeah.
We have to take the launcher back.
We have to take it back?
We have to split. We have to split. We have to split.
Okay, well, I'm just going to keep running now.
Yeah, keep running.
Just wait until you hear the car. Yeah, they're coming. If all 3 of them are in it, you might be able to get my banner.
I'm getting charge rifled from the shit.
We sort of just need a rat.
Hey, they already know he's there. Bottom checkpoint, maybe they don't.
Yeah, we need to rat bottom checkpoint. See, that's what I'm. Yeah, I know.
Yep, if I get it.
I mean, Tom, we talked about it being really important. I was just about to make a point about how much it could change the standings. And as we bring it up, it's already in motion. And Sentinels are now 1 player down. And that is a rough start for the last 2 games of the day.
It's a rough start, but if you're an esports arena fan, you really want to see them get in that trident and hunt them down. That was pretty exciting stuff off the rip. I love the 50-50s, but Sentinels, it hurts because there's so much on the line for this team. It looks like they're going to have to play that one as a duo, and they had so many things going through their head in terms of couldn't find a weapon. Do we go back? There was a bait in terms of going back over the lift, and they thought they would need to split up and potentially get that banner. That wasn't the case. That's going to be ESA taking control, but it's going to be a far northern east zone, and you can see Torrent is already getting in position, Complexity is getting in position, 100 Thieves is there, Team Liquid's there, and Furia as well.
Lots of squads that have been consistent today are already in that zone. Lots of squads that need points are already in that zone. So this should be interesting once we start getting our fights popping off. And we did see where Sentinels had rotated on that map as well. They're still in the middle of quite a few teams, so hopefully they're able to make some safer rotations and just get some points for themselves. But as I say that, there's a little bit of potential here for TDG to run into them, but Sentinels opt to go for that skyward dive and find a little bit safer pastures.
Yeah, they're going to go for the skyward dive. You also saw C9 getting fairly close to SSG, so I'm not sure if they pulled the trigger on that fight or if there was a dip out situation. It seems like they are going to get out of there on the C9 side. So got to be careful when you're inside the Trident. You don't really know where these teams are going to be, but I like that they are, you know, maintaining the rules of the map. They all stayed on the dirt as they were taking that path up, just really, you know, easily passing their driver's test for sure.
The rules of the road are important here in Apex Legends, okay? But Cloud9 is getting punished for their safe driving because they find themselves running into a team in front of them, another Trident at their backs that they need to potentially worry about. That Trident says, no thank you, we're just going to dip on out of here. And now they have to heal up after taking a... What? How many cars are going on right now, Tom?
I don't know. Can we get a smog check for these three? Like, the pollution right now on this side is a little bit too intense for me. As you can see, Cloud9 is in a good position to potentially third party all of this stuff. They stopped a little bit early, and now there's a lot of action in front of them.
Yeah, and I think they actually stopped because there were some charger rifle shots tagging them up, and they were like, you know, we're going to back off, find some cover. But now Zach Mazer doing some work with the 30-30 on to start a fight.
And you can also see in the kill feed continuously, too, that there's an opportunity to potentially continue to third-party this one because now Crummy's the last one alive on this team. You have Aves on the ground. The Horizon lift is going to go down, but taking a look at the points, too. I'm getting word from Bardoff that as things started, they're joint 11th place with W. So that is a pretty interesting stat. We're going to have to keep an eyes on that one where we go forward. But C9, they're keeping their eyes on the fight that's taking place where Start a Fight's at. You have Casual coming around the corner, and C9 wants to go in on this. Unfortunately, they don't have a portal. They're not playing Wraith right now. Otherwise, you know they'd be full sending this one. Zach Mazer looks so interested in getting within distance, but he cannot bracelet forward. He only wants to bracelet back to his teammates.
Oh, yeah. So what Bardoff is saying is that at the beginning of the day, Sentinels and W were tied in the overall at 58 points. And now, after that last match, you've got Complexity at 51, Torrent at 46. So there is some serious creeping happening by a lot of those bubble teams that we keep talking about that are trying their best to make their way into that top 10, to make their way to Sweden for playoffs, because that's where everybody wants to be. And Cloud9 is another one of those teams trying to grind out points for that. And right now, they're doing fantastic in this engagement.
Big shots right there. The 30-30 from Zach Mazer connecting. Doing just so much work. Medium to long range. Now going to have to hit a battery and some cells, actually just going for the cells instead. The way that C9's shooting, you're like, how do these guys only have 17 points right now? It's crazy to think about how much positioning, strategy, rotations play in.
A little bit of a back off here. Skyward dive coming out of the team trying to escape the clutches of Cloud9. Zaynani dealing some damage as they do make their rotation away. Not going to be able to get any more KP on the board for that, but at least able to get some more damage on that Evo shield. And Cloud9 kind of getting to have all the spoils of their fights now. Some nice loot in their hands. We've got the black market coming out as well. To see, we've got some Spitfire action being pinged, and that could be scary.
Over here.
Yeah, Spitfire's going to rip players apart. The Mozambique Hammerpoint Spitfire. It's kind of an odd combination. You don't really see it that often. Also take a look at our kill leaders for the day. Vaxlon sitting at 13. Tech, we haven't seen Tech's name up there in quite some time. He has 12. He's tied with Skiri. Monsoon has 10. Amu has 9. So a lot of 100 Thieves on there, and there's a reason why they're sitting at that top of that leaderboard as Skiri continues to pop off.
Yeah, 100 Thieves has been pretty terrifying today so far. We see them making some moves here as they continue a rotation, trying to find a solid spot to hold down. And with the confidence we've seen out of them today so far, I wouldn't be surprised if they continue going for those high KP games, because that seems to be where they've been comfortable and flourishing. I mean, a first place, a second place, a fourth place, all with a decent amount of KP. The 17 kills on that first place finish. So 100 Thieves right now are just, they're a little bit scary.
They're a lot of bit scary for sure as we take a look at zone number 2. Potentially someone's getting a scan right now onto zone number 3. but they've been in a lot of end zones. They've been playing a lot of different styles. Right now it seems to be a little bit more passive style as Vaxlon is dancing around or creating the next hot beat.
They've got to do, it's the small things, you know, to keep them engaged and entertained while we wait for all of those zones to continue their shifts so that squads can decide where they want to go. I appreciate the background music, though.
Yeah, right? Now he's just looking on over towards the sky, expecting someone to go on over there. It must be nice to be in first place. You could just, like, stare at the stars, stare at the moon, enjoy a nice little time with your teammates as you just hold up the trophy and, you know, feed each other grapes.
I mean, speaking of teams that can kind of feel pretty comfortable, Fury has had a phenomenal day. And to be fair, they were in a bad position overall, Stumpy, but they have been in a top 3 position 3 out of the 4 games so far today. And that type of consistency is something that I wish we saw far earlier on in the split.
Taking a look at what Tech and Vaxlon have been able to put up, you can see main legend Gibraltar on the side, main legend Valkyrie. A lot of kills coming in for Vaxlon, but again, that's that support character coming in for Gibraltar. You want your Valkyrie to be the entry fragger coming through. Total match wins 3. You can see that as your split 2 standings. Vaxlon, former member of CLG. Tech, 2 raids, 1 controller. Nice to see him on Furia and also, you know, doing unorthodox things with compositions. We saw the Watson coming out earlier for Panders. We know Zeratricky plays a mean Gibraltar and will continue to do so, but this is going to be the compositions that we've seen in EMEA a lot, especially on Stormpoint from our teams like Kick. It's going to be the Bangalore, the Bloodhound, the Gibraltar. Really not much rotations there, but it's interesting to see again. Actually, there's no Gibraltar on the other team. There's a Valkyrie on Kick, so this is a composition you rarely even see anyone run.
I feel like it's, like you're saying, there's not a whole lot of mobility, not a whole lot of rotation focus, but there is definitely a heavy emphasis on information and denial of information. So that could be the combo that just ends up working out for Furia as we see how Sentinels are doing still in a kind of just a mobile phase right now. They're stuck with 2. They really don't want to get into any fights. They don't absolutely have to take at this point. And esports arena's right around the corner.
They just can't get enough of each other. This is the battle that never ends between these teams. If only ESA knew who was shooting them in the back, I guarantee they would turn right back around and take this fight directly towards them. By now, they should know each other's skins, right? I mean, they should be able to sense this. And Sentinels with only 13 points really needing to have a strong game 5. But without Senox, without that double rotation and having the Ash entry frag, I'm not quite sure how they're going to be able to do this unless they just rat it out. And they may get gatekept right here, Glitter. I mean, ESA, they're going to make their way on over towards the zone, but they're playing edge as well.
Yeah, this is getting a little spooky for my liking. The fact that Sentinels is just kind of following a little bit too closely for my comfort. I mean, they've only got 2. Granted, they might not know that it's esports arena, like you were saying. There's the potential for them to just think it's a random squad on this rotation with them. But even so, with only 2 people alive on the team, I wonder what the plan is here.
I wonder how much Senox is backseat gaming because, you know, you kind of get stuck in between, like, do I let them play or do I just want to tell them everything and flood the comms? And really, you want your teammate to be in the comms at all times. So I guarantee Senox is definitely getting involved in terms of the strategy, talking about what to do. Just like what we had in the listen-in, saying, you know what, we have to play it this way. Now Esports Arena has gotten out of the vicinity. They're going to make their way over towards the zone as it's closing. But they did the good old scan onto the next zone before they go and pick their spot. Problem is where are they going to land? I believe there's still an opportunity to play one of the bottom or the outsides of these buildings, and it seems that's what they're going for.
Ooh. They end up in a pretty solid position across the way from Furia and only take a small amount of damage for that. So that was a very successful rotation into a new spot for them to hold here for this end game. Esports Arena setting themselves up nicely. And we also saw, before they got into the Skyward Dive, that Sentinels were playing quite conservatively, trying to wait on those zips to see if people were waiting for them at the top. So we'll have to see how that plays out for Sentinels in the long run, as well as Furia has Esports Arena in their line of sight. Just gonna make sure they're aware of the positions for now. Nobody really wants to do anything too crazy as more squads will continue to rotate into this area. Ooh, that was just rude.
The southern choke, Glitter, look at this choke that's directly where the zone's going to be leading up to that building, which is uninhabited right there. You're going to have so many teams over there. And then the west side, there's only 2 ways around unless you go over the mountain. So I don't imagine, many teams surviving once this zone closes. We're going to have tons of fighting. There's Tech coming in with the nice smoke, picking up some damage. It's always nice when you pick up a kill with one of those as well.
That's the ultimate disrespect, okay? He's getting the kill with the smoke canister. It's 10,
really
isn't it 10 damage or something? Like, come on.
It's 10 damage, yeah. it might as well be like, it's more part of the finishing move too, where she hits you with the smoke, walks away, turns back around. So if you hit someone with the smoke and you knock him, you might as well hit him with the finisher, right?
Sometimes it's more entertaining to go for the skillfully placed final smoke canister, but BBG going for their skyward dive. And I was looking at the map as you were saying it, Tom. It really is. These chokes are starting to get a little bit scary. If you're a squad that doesn't have a whole lot of mobility, or it's just not up for use, then that choke is going to be dangerous for these teams as BBG now tries to find somewhere safe to land and hold, and they opt for the outside of this wall.
Outside of the wall into the bubble, really smart play. You can see Zach Mazer's already charged his Evo shield up to a red. A lot of that with the 30-30. Let's hop into a quick listen with Cloud9 and hear their comms.
I have a great angle here.
Shit on. I got Kraber. I'm 1 HP.
I needed the fuck out of it.
Naughty, this is you.
I got one. I got 2.
Nice, I'm gonna go around the backside.
It's just Caustic slow, guys.
I'm gonna go roof. Okay, I'm going roof. I'm on roof.
The gas stated, Terzak.
Slow. Please, just back up. Just let him be a solo, bro.
I got fried. I'm popping the back. Watch my cross.
I'm holding your push. He's not going to be able to live forever.
Back to Caustic across the fucking map.
He's right in front of me.
Naughty, can you look at cannon?
Yeah. The cannon in front of us? This one?
Yeah, the one down the hill. The one down the hill to make sure no one's coming out.
On our left.
Yeah.
Just slowly fight them, slowly. We have the zone.
It's one guy.
Where?
Where is he, Naughty?
Right here. It's a Valk, right like here. I think here now. I don't know where he's going.
I'm looking for the KP.
There's rocks, Zach. He's in a cubby.
He's somewhere to the right. He's running uphill. Right here on the rock, guys.
Is this
we should look the third party across.
Should I look at the solo?
Still alive, the Caustic?
Right here, yes.
No, I killed him. I killed the Caustic.
I'm looking at this solo right here, guys. He's right here.
Look across, guys.
I'm walking up on the solo here.
I'm looking with you, Mac. I'm with you.
I'm killing these guys. I'm shooting
I got shit on Mac.
He's not here. I don't.
He was just here. I don't know where he went.
He's not here.
Bro, please look at the red mark. Both of you.
We're looking.
I am killing them on flesh actively. Red mark. There's a team on height.
I'm looking.
I'm gonna loot inside real quick.
I need to loot as well.
Like 50 flesh, bro.
Where? I don't know which bubble. There's 2 bubbles.
I cannot stress enough.
Got it. Queuing up. Shooting him.
Zach, there's a Kraber there. You might want to take that.
Oh my god, I do.
Yeah, you're tripping.
Oh my god.
We gotta get that fast too. Purple on the roof, guys.
I almost killed the Gibby on roof. Zach, we got 50 seconds on
we have to make sure we prep our Valk play. We just have to walk up to here and Valk ult. I think I go Mastiff Kraber. What do I run?
Do it. Go Mastiff Kraber.
Purple on that guy. I need a heal.
We got 30 seconds till zone close, guys.
Yeah, we have to start walking up this hill towards the right. God, this gun is so dumb. I have
gold helmet right there.
Gold helmet. I got it. I grabbed 2 bats as well.
Yep. Let's go.
Wait, I need an ult cell. You grabbed that ult cell?
I did. Yeah, I have.
Give it to me.
Okay, here.
We have to walk up to here. You're gonna have to give me all this. You have to give me all that.
No, I'm not gonna have it. It's gonna be a 90.
Then we're gonna have to burn dome for our Valk ult. We have to get to right here and use it. Bro.
I have an 8. I can just shoot it at them as well.
You want me to dome right now?
No,
I have to walk forward. I have to walk forward to me.
Walking up a little bit with you.
Yeah, we have to Valk ult from here. I don't think we have to dome.
Yeah, pull it.
I can't. Go.
Where are we landing, Zach?
Late. Probably height of the building.
Spam red.
Probably height. Not height. Flow. And then wrap left.
What about that, Zach? What about that platform?
No, left. And fight this team 3v3. Dome if you have to.
Mac.
I domed.
Okay, popping a bat.
I'm arcing. Get ready to run forward.
I'm gonna be ulting them.
Run
Throw an
forward.
arc,
You have to
throw
run
an arc.
forward.
Wait, we can run cannon. Cannon's in. Zach, go left. Please go left. Please go left.
I'm going left.
Right here, this corner.
Play.
Dude.
They can see us, Mac. We're not safe from anything.
Hold your knob, please. No, but we have nothing.
We could have just ran at their bubble and fought.
I
They're
got
gonna angle
front.
you, Naughty.
No, bro.
We're having a good time.
Wow, that was an intense listen and glitter. There's a lot of fiber going on in the C9 diet, but unfortunately 100 Thieves pinches them over towards the side, and they had nowhere to go on that skyward dive.
That listen was amazing for so many different reasons. 100 Thieves coming in playing spoiler for Cloud9 after they were making an epic run for a second there. That skyward dive it was the wrong place to land. It didn't work out in their favor, and they do go down after everything is said and done. But this end zone, Tom, this is so toxic for so many of those teams. No one was going to be safe.
Absolutely brutal. Now Esports Arena, they've been chilling here since they've had the scan onto zone number 3. We remember flying in with them and them taking the middle of this area. The Kraber that Zach Mazer had, that's going to go into the hands of Amu. We have 3 players from 100 Thieves inside of the top 5 kills individually on our leaderboard. They've been fragging out.
Okay, so we're looking down here at the squads. We've got Torrent, Furia, SSG below Furia inside of this building, I think, so that should be interesting. I want to see how they handle that. Right now, I think this might be a game that needs to go if they want to have a chance at making their way in. This has got to go the way of Torrent. They need those points.
For sure. Now 100 Thieves is going to take on over towards the sky, but they're eating a lot of damage. Are they going to play on the opposite side of the wall over here? This is a kind of a panic moment for 100 Thieves, but they are fighting a spot, a little bit of safe haven. I'm not quite sure if they had the bubble. Amu's going to go down. There goes the bubble for Scurry. Amu may have taken some extra zone damage or he got picked up in the air, but we'll find out exactly what happens here very shortly as you see all the bubbles end up going down. So whoever has the latest bubble is going to be in a great position. Speaking of great positions, look at Furia. A lot of the same teams that we've been seeing consistently in these final circles continuing to put up some great numbers.
Yeah, I think the great position right now is actually going the way of SSG or Furia. They were the ones that had the building for cover. They've got the height, and they don't have to waste any of their utility right now. They're just able to rain damage down from above. You see those frags coming out of tech, and that's just going to be massive zoning potential. Everyone else is going to be focused on those low ground squads. Meanwhile, Fury is going to be able to hold out the top of the building and let everyone chip away at each other while they can chip away at them as well.
TDG, they're going to get eliminated in 6th place. Esports Arena continuing to loot out. You saw the bubble happening on over towards the side as well. Fury has been big chilling on top of the roof. Tech with the 3 nades maybe wants to hold on to those next time. Could have been really strong for the end zone, but you see they don't have to travel far from this building. It's basically directly on front of them. So once the zone starts to close, they're going to be able to sit there for a very long time. And what they're doing now is starting to clear out the bottom floor so they don't have to worry about teams inside of that area. I love that play. 100 Thieves, you can see what their strategy is. They're going to try to hold the outside of the wall over here and then make their way forward.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this goes between SSG and Furia since they've been holding this building and ignoring each other while they focus on all of the squads outside of them. But outside are no slouches. We've got Esports Arena and 100 Thieves waiting for Furia and SSG to make a push out of the building, and they decided that they're each going to hold different sides of the wall. But as I see that Esports Arena looking to get aggressive.
I love that flying camera view so we can see how even this is. You had teams on opposite sides of the wall, 2 teams inside of the building. Goes to show you how competitive this circle really could end up getting and how methodical you're going to have to play this one. This is not easy for these 3 teams that are stacked up on top of each other. You almost rather be in 100 Thieves spot.
I was just thinking the same thing right now because the squad, ooh, nice Kraber shot coming out of Onmu. But the squads inside have a target on them right now. The squads, the inside the building have a target on them. It's because the ones outside, they know exactly what they have to do. And the push is starting to happen from on high, opening up an opportunity for 100 Thieves to just start peppering damage on the players who have to rotate down.
and they traded spots. The team that went on over towards the roof ends up coming back on over towards the opposite side of the wall. There goes the Bangalore ultimate coming through. I don't really think you want to use your bubble just for that one quite yet. Esports Arena uses their bubble early, but that's so they can nade out the bottom of the floor. So they're the team that goes out and tries to play over towards the pills. Meanwhile, a lot of damage going on over towards the bottom side of that building. The bubble is going to be used. Black hole is going to be used as well, and that's sucking all of Esports Arena back away from the middle of the zone on the outskirts of the zone. And now Amu takes a lot of damage from SSG. The bubble fight is huge for 100 Thieves. They've won a majority of these, but not this time. They go out in third place, and ESA coming through, playing cleanup. You know that was Skittle Cakes coming through with that black hole. Now he's going to throw down the grav lift, and ESA taking game number 5.
The Horizon is the reason they just won that. The combination of the black hole kind of providing a little bit of zoning and distraction, and then did you see the way they were toggling the use of the gravity lift so that they were able to keep people alive while also dealing damage, providing a distraction? That was literally everything they just did in that end zone was 100% right, Tom.
It was amazing, but you also have to give credit for the way that he was able to use the grav lift to avoid a lot of different things too, which is what you were talking about. So people underestimate Horizon at the end of these games, because when that circle starts to close in, we know the deadly combination that we used to have with the Horizon and the Caustics. 28 points, 16 kills. It started with the 50-50 against Sentinels, and it ended with some amazing methodical Apex play. Hats off to ESA for a very well-played game number 5, but I love the way that they rotated back on over towards the pills. I like the bubble play, the nades, the conservation of the nades from Noct to make sure that they're focusing the bottom floor of that building, because that's the team that you have to really worry about. That made every other team force to use their resources. They had nothing. Nobody had anything except Skittle Cakes. He was the one that was able to lay down the damage at the end.
That was so good. That was so good. And this is why we had Esports Arena in our Teams watch. This is why Esports Arena has consistently found themselves at the top of our leaderboards. I mean, that was such a solid match. Even on days when they are a little bit slower, they've been putting up kills all day. We're still seeing that aggression out of them. And then we get the massive dub on Storm Point, as you see where the rest of our squads kind of fell out on those leaderboards for this match. I expect these numbers to be... Oh, I thought they were going to be higher. I'm not going to lie.
I do too. But they got a lot of those kills towards the tail end, and I'm glad that we saw what happened while we got the skyward dive going into zone number 3. So they took a priority position, they got in the zone, but these late second rotations and the fast decision making is really impressive. And when we saw that leaderboard, the teams that needed to step it up, these teams that are on the bubble trying to make it in the playoffs, they didn't have a great game, and that's unfortunate for Complexity, Liquid, Sentinels, etc. Torrent, I don't think, really popped off how they were looking for, and we're starting to see consistency from these teams that have almost locked their playoff spots already, right? We already know we have NRG, we already know we have G2, but you would expect ESA to already have clinched this based on their performance tonight, and we know that they're going to be, you know, SSGs there. A lot of these other squads are like 100 Thieves. They're playing very consistent, but I want to bring back in Fallout and hear his thoughts from everything. Fallout, ESA.
Absolutely. Right when you think that ESA is finally maybe just having a bad Pro League day, they go ahead and drop a 28-point game and say, nah, still in the top 5. And honestly, I'm interested to see the overall standings after we do some quick highlights here, because I think it's going to be a neck-and-neck race between the top 5-6 teams and then everybody else. It's just a top-heavy lobby with who's performing here. But let's jump right into the highlights. Game number 4, our first game on Storm Point, ended with the very central zone, and it ended with Complexity, I think, making history, Glitter. 19 kills must be one of the highest points totals we've ever seen in an ALGS Pro League day.
It's definitely the highest that we've seen in Split 2 as far as I can remember. So Complexity being absolute monsters in this first game on Storm Point. And this is why I love Storm Point so much. I mean, it lends itself to this incredible aggression. And when we saw those final stats out of the Complexity players, like I said, like everyone was pulling their weight. Just phenomenal amounts of damage, 19 kills. And this is what we want to see from Complexity all the time, Tom.
It's the wingman, Monsoon. This is one of my favorite clips, is when he was coming around and shooting the players that were there. We saw amazing plays from Backslide from 100 Thieves too, as he was avoiding and trying to be that last player alive, picking up some extra kill points around the corner. But 19 kills is no joke. Complexity looks like they are coming coming together, but they weren't able to follow it up in match number 5.
Yeah, unfortunately not. In game 4, Monsoon was the final boss, and it was like Muffins and Shiny were the ads around. I mean, they were literally just flying around, controlling the entire map, or maybe, you know, in favor of my friend Tom here, I should say they were straight ripping through every single person in front of them, spitting with carbon. You never know what they were doing. Shot to Ghosty Yami. But no, great game number 4 from the Complexity roster. Couldn't follow it up, which might just cost them the overall standing. They're going to be on the fringe here, which is a little bit scary, but at the end of the day, it was Torrent, it was Esports Arena, Furia, Space Station Gaming, and the 100 Thieves that kind of made it in our top 5 here. 100 Thieves almost hitting the shot that could potentially won it for them if they could have gotten ahead of there.
Oh,
high ground.
Go ahead.
The high ground, it's just so key right there. You can see Nock takes over towards the high ground, but the grav lift, and again with the grav lift, Glitter, you're able to avoid the defensive bombardments, and we know how key those are. So once your bubble's down, you have another opportunity to get out of jail free, right? You have Nock flying around, and then you have Skittlecakes providing all of that air and the air support for all 3 of your teammates. You can anticipate other people trying to take that grav lift, but you control when you want to throw that down.
Yeah, no, it really was perfectly played out at the end there by Esports Arena, and I do want to correct myself. I believe NRG in the second day that they played also got 19 kills, so right now Esports Arena and NRG are tied for that 19 kill record. So, I mean, but talk about some scary company to be up in those numbers with. I mean, these teams right now are just on another level.
Insane. Let's take a look at the standings and see where things shake out. It will be 4th place, tied with Esports Arena, but they get the tiebreaker. So Complexity in 4th, and they're the team that got that 19-kill game. One thing I've loved, the fact that we see Complexity in top 4 right now, one thing I've loved about the Complexity roster today, their approach today, they're returning back to their old form, which is playing a more aggro team comp, not the defensive, kind of caustic team comp we saw them running for a long time, playing very, very aggressive. Monsoon on Ashe has been brilliant. It's been so much fun to watch, and let me tell you, they've been playing very, very well. But it's been the 100 Thieves show so far, Tom.
You love to see that, but also look how top-heavy this is in terms of your top 6 teams, right? It's like 75, 60, then it goes to 43, then boom, heavy drop down to 25. That's just a huge drop-off, right? And you don't really expect to see that many teams with 50 points after 5 games, because when we look at that match point format, a lot of times we haven't even gotten to that until we've had 5 games, and that just goes to show you how well these top teams are really playing.
Yep. That's exactly what we mentioned earlier. Top 5 and 6, and then everybody else in the lobby here. It seems like those 6 teams are really vying for every single placement, because guess what? Every placement matters. And for those that are maybe watching for the first time or aren't familiar with kind of the Pro League format, well, over the entirety of the Pro League, which is a round-robin group stage format, you get points based on your placement and your matchup against that group for the day. First place gets 25 points, second gets 21, and so on and so forth. Total accumulated points and top 10 in points of Pro League standings as a result of the Pro League, which ends tomorrow, by the way, is going to make it to Sweden for the playoffs. $1 million prize pool, which is insane to think about. And right now, G2 is locked in their spot. Sweden Energy is locked in their spot. TSM has not, but something tells me they might be able to close it out tomorrow. But then you got a bunch of teams that are truly on the fringe. I mean, Complexity outside of the top 10 as it currently stands. XSET is there. Team Liquid, Sentinels, all there. Sentinels obviously not having the day they would like to. It is going to be insane what the type of finish we're going to have today and tomorrow, Glitter.
Yeah, so much is going to ride on those final 6 matches tomorrow, which is terrifying to be put in that type of a situation, especially when you can never really guarantee not only your own performance, but the performances of the people that you are this close to on the overall leaderboard. So you, chat, do not miss the final day of matches tomorrow, because it's going to be great.
Yeah, you're right. Terrifying if, you know, for some people, for many, it's what you live for if you're a competitor, though, and something tells me the people that have the ice in their veins, that like to show up and perform under pressure, they're going to have way too much fun. It's going to be a field day for them tomorrow. I'm so excited for that. But hey, for now, we're going to take a quick break. Before we do that, make sure to follow all things socials. We will keep you updated with all things ALGS and competitive Apex Legends. Twitch.tv/PlayApex, where many are watching right now. Twitter.com/PlayApexEsports and YouTube.com/PlayApexEsports for VOD content, highlights, different series, tons of great content on the YouTube channel over there as well. But that's going to be it for us. We got game number 6. We're closing this one out, and at this point, 6 teams could potentially place top 1, which is crazy to think. 100 Thieves leading the pack. They've been playing near perfect so far. We're going to be right back. When we do come back, we'll have Rain Day and James Bardoff around the corner for Game 6.
Nice. Huge game, boys.
That's what we needed.
Well, it all comes down to this. Game 6 in your face. We are back in the dropship for Storm Point, and it is Rain Day and James Bardoff bringing in the action. We have one more to conclude it. 6 teams with the possibility to win, James, and take home the day. That's the way you want to go into a finale.
Absolutely, and we must note the stats we saw. The comparison for Onmu from Split 1 to Split 2 is basically doubled his stats in this split, which is fantastic because, again, they were one of the teams we were looking to turn around their fortunes and really meet expectations, and they've certainly been doing that today and this split with the output that we're seeing from the likes of Onmu. And the same can be said for Furia, at least today. They've been somewhat missing, but they have definitely turned up in multiple games with multiple compositions. And we'll see if they can take it through to the last game of the day. Match 6 on Storm Point. Our third Storm Point, our 6th match of the day. Now we will see what Furia can do, but not only Furia, of course, we have a lot of beef between Esports Arena and Sentinels, who are contesting each other basically on every drop, and we'll see if that happens on this game as well.
It hasn't been easy for either of them to navigate their way through this one, and that's because they are both not budging. 2 big names, 1 big fight every single game, and it happens right around here. I know that you're hoping for a clean wipe. I am, certainly. At least one of these teams can put this to rest. Maybe feel like it puts a capstone or a period on this sentence. We always tend to see Synox go down. That tends to be kind of the main theme that happens. And these two lineups clash. But, well, I'm not sure anyone would really want to take down or even go against an ESA who just won that near 30-point game last round, James. That was pretty good. And it does seem like we will see a bit of a rotation here. Sentinels not contesting, it looks like.
Yeah, well, they are contesting,
just not ESA.
Not exactly. If we forget their force, if we remember rather their forced rotation when they took the launcher and then got a kill, I think they're feeling the confidence against this team. I can see Matt Pickett and co are in the area around the fish farms, and Sentinels can benefit from this early KP. So we saw how paranoid Esports Arena were looking around them as the Valkyrie dropped to hit the beacon, as that's exactly what Sentinels did on World's Edge.
Wow.
And they suffered for it. That's a nice start from Sentinels, and again, they will be feeling confident. Lots of loot to be had in this area. And I do wonder if Esports Arena will feel encouraged to try and find them somewhere, or if they'll head elsewhere. We'll have to see. We might not have to wait long to see, actually. But indeed, we can see that Sentinels are looking for the early KP. And, hey, the ring is not going to be too far away from them either.
Yeah, Gale is open, too. I mean, kind of interesting that they do not want to, land in essentially that open zone. It might have been a quick rotation from start of fight from Gale, or maybe Sentinels just like having that early KP and splitting things, kind of forcing the issue. But I will definitely say that it is kind of a pleasant start to see. Lou looks to be running out into the water.
Where is Lou going?
Maybe he sees something he likes, and Sentinels falling away. The angle we had on our screen kind of looked like he was heading all the way out to the water, didn't it, James?
I thought he was looking for the edge of the world, but that map has come and gone.
That's funny.
So we'll see what they will choose to do. Looting fish farms with Outer Loba can take quite a while. 30-30 will be good, though, for some range. Be looking for a nice scope for that as well. So, yeah, a different approach. Again, Sentinels knowing how important this scenario is. I'm sure they've really considered things just disengaging from Esports Arena entirely. But, hey, maybe they'll meet up later on and continue the beef. I think everybody wants to see it continue in the right way, which is not the coin flip at the beginning, necessarily.
The impact of this game, absolutely massive for many of these teams. And to set the table, Sentinels coming into this one in 11th, tied with W. And W did not perform well today. They had a 6-point finish, which would put them at about 14th in the lobby that they finished. And it's just not a strong start for Sentinels either. but at least they've got a chance. I mean, again, if you win, if you pull off 25 points here at the very end, you're going to jump probably 10 spots at the very least. So 13 points for Sentinels. Still hope. They got to play this one perfect, though. Crust starting out with a Havoc absolutely fully kitted, except for that purple stabilizer. Stock, excuse me. So that's a good start. Following another team, though, unlucky, even lower than Sentinels, James. Trying to get it going.
Yeah, Sentinels still, after Game 5, 2 points away from the top 10. Scary and RCO both 10th and 9th on 60 points, just 2 points away. So tomorrow is going to be quite the day of Apex. But let's see how we finish today. We can see Unlucky looting up now. They've got themselves some nice armor. Sentinels trying to pressure. See a Trident with a dome on top. And hey, there might be some KP after all. It has to... Something has to happen here, but we've got a lot of action in a lot of different places. 100 Thieves find themselves on top of a rock, getting shot from at least one place, maybe even two. Onmu has to leave without getting Scary's banner, so this has become very awkward for 100 Thieves indeed.
And that's Liquid, and they have to know it because of the Loba, Burger's best friend. They heard the bracelet sound effect, and so they're running. And that's a good idea, buddy. Onmu, he's just not going to make it. It's Vaxlon, and thank God he has the Jets on him, because he's able to get to this high ground. Now, what do they do here? I mean, Vaxlon can definitely make this difficult. We saw him 2v1 at the very end of the circle. Having high ground there, it would not be easy for Liquid to kind of get down and up what could be like the Battle of Bunker Hill, trying to climb with one man doing a lot more work than he should be able to, just aiming down sights. But it's Nocturnal actually gotten above, and so, wow, Liquid this entire time kind of take a roundabout rotation, and they actually are the ones who are on top of 100 Thieves. They did not see that one coming, and that is 100 Thieves out of the lobby. Our top team, essentially, around the day going out.
Smell you later, 100 Thieves. Nocturnal basically with an aim trainer, standing on a rock with a charged thermite. Very nice for him. What isn't nice is the current situation for Cloud9. No dome for MSD. There's a lot of harassment coming through. We can see Ash Qs as well as missile swarms. This is not comfortable. More debris being thrown their way. Watch out for that shrapnel. How on earth does Zach Mazer make it across that slight open channel to get resuscitated by his teammate? Woo! Might need a defibrillator at this point. In the meantime, Complexity trying to hold on as well. Some harassment on the outside. We have a lot of early skirmishes in different directions here. We could lose maybe even 5 teams early on.
Yeah, it's BBG actually getting aggressed on here. Complexity and Liquid are close by. And it's also Furia fighting in the corner. Complexity taking down the final member of BBG, Space Station Gaming. They've also been fighting. C9 and AGG getting into the action with Space Station Gaming against C9. So all of these teams together, and it is just BBG Stinks who is in one of the pockets, one of those fishing holes there, and Complexity just going to loot up safely. Complexity on a roll. We talked about them getting better and better and getting more confident, and they've already got 2 kills here. That is not good for the lobby, and they are only a few points behind the number 3 and number 2 team here, Space Station Gaming and Furia.
Yeah, Furia finally having a good day. Might get some nice attachments from these spiders. Weirdest spiders I've ever seen, that's for sure. G-Force now have lost their Valk. They have the banner. No, they don't have the banner, excuse me. They need to recover that banner, and I don't see a box anywhere near them, so perhaps it won't be retrievable. So we're seeing a lot of hardship early on in Stormpoint, which I feel like most of this week we've, for the most part, seen some very slow starts. But of course, depending on what teams have mixed together each day, you're going to have teams dropping on top of each other, as has been the case today. 17 squads left so early. This has been a rare one. We can see that Esports Arena's area is currently busy. Same can be said for Sentinels as well. More and more teams joining them. So we'll keep an eye on both teams to see how things are progressing. But Esports Arena, never shy. Going to get the Horizon ult in there and some Arc Stars as well. But I don't see a full send coming just yet.
And it's a little deceiving, too, because it's really more like 16, 15 squads fully, assembled. Because you've got 48 players there, so 17 with 3 would have been 51. And that would have obviously helped us to tell the story. We know at least 2 are down from BBG, and it's just synced to live. So that accounts for 2, but there's another team who has 1 missing. And so, yeah, there has been a lot of fighting early, and it is one of those circles. Antenna, Launchpad, Gale, Fish Farms. I feel like I'm quoting myself from 2 games ago, how this is what we tend to see a lot of in Stormpoint. And whether it's just the way this map works or whether it's just the incredible luck of the draw, team's going to have to get used to playing this.
Where is that team in the light blue going? To see them moving into the zone, absolutely nowhere near anybody else. And I don't see a replicator near them either. So wherever they're going, it looks to be a pilgrimage. And we'll see if they choose to join everybody else later on. But for now, they will be hermit crabs. I think it's fair to say. Complexity, just keeping an eye on things for the moment. And AGG will be putting the drone in a relatively safe spot to try and spy on everybody else. So people just holding their buildings as they wait for more teams to rotate. That's the kind of stage that we're at, even though we've lost 3 full teams already. Of course, we're going to lose about half the playable area once this ring starts to close, but there's a little while before that happens. So you can see Banshee just going to move a little further out and see what opportunities might be lying around. As we've got Furia moving through once again, all purple. They've killed all the spiders now. They're well looted up. Blue backpack isn't terrible. We'll see what their next move is.
I love the boosted loader. By far my favorite hop up here in the season. It's just so effective too. I mean, you talk about cutting some value into the mix. How about reloading 2 shotgun shells in your Mastiff in that final fight each time instead of 1? I mean, it's half the time to get a full Mastiff back in action, ready to go, and twice the shots when you look at it over the course of a full engagement. It's just so good. Part of the reason the Mastiff, I think, takes the cake. I mean, the kinetic feeder is just not even close to a competitive hop-up when you talk about just choking your Peacekeeper faster and getting ammo back, but you got to slide, you know, and that's not something that you want to have to do to get that payoff. So definitely an interesting...
Hey, Ray, it's 2022. Everyone's trying to slide these days, let's be honest.
Yeah, but we don't have DMs here in Apex, man. That's the problem. I mean, yeah, I know people are thirsty, but you should at least be able to quench your thirst with the water in Stormpoint. It's a map with a lot of agua. TDG, excuse me, going down. Durango, the legend, trying to get picked up. Girl doing her damnedest. But she's going to have to put some smoke, maybe a lot more than that, to get out of this one.
It's been a tough day at the office for TDG today. A frustrating one for sure. A lot of Valkyrie ults haven't been in their favor. They might be looking for another one because have a look at this high ground from Sentinels. How do they escape this situation? Very rough situation for them, and Sentinels will show them no mercy. They need all the points they can get. We see ults coming. We got smokes up as well. Furia moving in the region. They've been creeping. Bear in mind, they rotated through the zone around this rock, and they could really cause Sentinel some trouble here.
Let's listen in. Let's see what Furia have to do here.
Turn. I got shot. You need to bubble me. Move forward. Yeah, I'm bubbling. Look this right here. At the bat and bub. I'm ulting really them. Fucking low right now.
I'm banging ults again
right now.
Wait,
on me.
Hold it.
88. Give me one.
Push bang.
I gotta give me. Get it.
Play.
He's low. Ash is one.
Yeah. Get showstops.
Yeah, no buff for 25. You can play back if you need to.
No smokes. No smokes for 15. No smoke for 15.
Play cannon.
Crouch here. You cannot die. You cannot fucking die. You cannot fucking die.
15.
7 seconds on smoke. 7 seconds on smoke. Good fight.
12 on mine.
I'm looking at fish farms. Where's that guy shooting us? I have another smoke.
Low fish farms. Low.
Just play slow until we have cooldowns again. Okay?
Yeah.
Good stuff.
I have bub.
I think that was 100 thieves we just killed. We can win this.
Yeah, nice job. Nice fight. Holy fuck, I almost died from fucking fish farm, bro. Blue armor right here?
It's actually pulled back. This is really good for us. We need to make sure we don't get storm wrapped out. Dude, this guy's fucking annoying.
Yeah,
fucking cells.
There's a bunch of cells on the boxes.
You crouch here and no one can shoot you. Good job, guys. That was a game-winning play right there.
Height. I've launched up pad. There's cells by the way on like this gold box. There's like 8 cells. Can probably bring them over. Yeah,
I wasn't there to 3-2-1 when you called it too. Yeah, I'm going.
Yeah, he turned around and saw me, so then I got fried by fish farm like hard as fuck. I can get us purple or red. I'm at 200 right now. What are you guys at?
I'm fine. I'm 124.
I'm
I'll
at
get it.
270.
Did
That
I
guy.
a door?
2 times.
Oh no, I hit one.
Valkyl.
Yeah, I'm looking. They landed
Hey, down here. There's smoke trails. Yeah. We can't let them walk up. Any rocks we can play? I'm gonna see if I can play this.
I need an ult
Look at
excel or
fish farms for me,
something.
please.
I don't have one. Yeah, I'm trying to look at fish farms. I'm watching you. They're just peeking out these like windows. I can't believe.
Someone needs to watch launchpad. Yeah, I'm looking for kills here.
Just careful. It's a fuse team.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is DXT right here.
We can't let them walk up. They'll ruin our day for us. Keep looking at launchpad, please. No one's watching the hill. No one's watching the fucking hill.
You
Find
keep
one
watching
person
that.
to it.
Just
They got
ripping
Gabriel's
the
hit.
scan, bro.
I'm watching over tech. That could be so useless. Shoot through that.
I don't know.
Another Gabriel going on Gale.
Oh, I'm gonna have angles here in a second.
Careful though. These guys are just
I know. Stop shooting me. I'm trying to fucking help you, dude. I'm trying to get angles here.
I'm not able to watch this side, bro.
Okay. No one should be able to walk up there.
Yeah, shouldn't be able to. That happened.
Right here is the team, by the way.
Yeah.
They might Valkyl. Not sure what they're doing.
Team's on
Only
blue.
Gibby cross. Oh, there's the rest.
Crossing now.
Is that a Horizon team? I think I saw a Horizon.
Yeah, it's a Horizon team down there.
Okay, just watch the hill and I'll watch all of this. You guys need to spread out a little bit more. You guys are watching the same angles right now. So
Yeah,
you
I'm
need to
staying
play
over
up here and watch this side.
Yeah, I am. I'm over here now.
There's a car here. Look at this. 3 fucking kills.
Oh, you.
I'm coming to you.
looking out.
I'm going to you. I'm going to you.
Flash.
Hold on.
Fuck.
Certainly about to hit a boiling point, James. We've got a lot of teams who will have to make it uphill. And Furia trying to make sure no one can achieve that task. They are in the lead in the lobby, 11 points behind first place as it stands, and 100 Thieves holding that position are out, so no chance for them to gain any more points. It is up to the rest of the teams to try to catch up, and Space Station loving their opportunity here with a black hole in 75 and make that 30, 34, and 40 with the defensive bombardment. A couple of kills looking like they're going away of SSG.
Definitely smell opportunity now, SSG pushing behind
yeah.
the smoke. So many grenades, the
yeah.
charge rifle as well. And surely this has to be goodbye. Dome for protection from the back, in with the Mastiff, and that is some juicy KP for Space Station. 6 kills on the board now, and they've got the Valk if they need to move around, but they have space, they've taken it by force, and they head back towards their building.
And they clean out their back, too. I mean, that's the big deal. No one's behind them anymore, so they've got Mercy only, and look at that team. They've got casual FPS, Akuma, in that little sliver of the pad that is still available, and they don't have anyone else that they have to go against. This is perfect for SSG, but Fury is still at the top of that hill. Let's hope that that attention doesn't go there if you are an SSG fan. Esports Arena have now fallen behind in terms of the KP. They're at 59 total points, while as Space Station and Furia are at 65. Only 10 away from catching up to 100 Thieves here. Still 9 squads left and a lot of game to play. And Ultimates on the ready for tech.
Furia have to be patient. They can't full send this. They need to hold their position. They've got really good high ground on either side. Get another cheeky kill there.
Good kill.
There is a charge rifle lurking behind them, so that is one thing to consider, but Smokes might deal with that because I don't believe there is a digital threat on that sniper rifle. So Furia, well, they can see the rotation now. That might be the charge rifle heading elsewhere, but there are other teams in that area as well, so there is still opportunity for them, and they're not too far away from the zone as we can see on the radar there. So there's a lot for them to gain from this, and indeed, there is the Space Station team on the rotation.
This could be the game. This could be the game. I mean, this is one of the teams obviously vying for first on the day. This is one of the teams also in the best position, shield-wise and fighting-wise. And they're going to land on top of this rock. It's actually really nice cover because I don't think Furia can see them yet, but they're going to bubble. It's questionable. Drop, though. He trusts his team to get the job done. Now that he doesn't have any defense when they land, the black hole is there. And instead of defense, they say, I'm going full offense. This is a game-winning play here, but Duplex falls. He falls Frex, and so it's now up to Dropped. He hit 72, 88 with the Mastiff. Can he clutch up here? SSG is out. That play did not work. I know they're going to wish they had the bubble, and it was also Furia getting involved in that one from afar. They're going to clean it up. Surely Furia now on the route to a first place.
There is a Kraber around. I think Sung Sung is Krabering people from somewhere while this is all happening, and nobody may realize until it's too late. But Furia now with 5 kills putting in work as we move to 4 squads, and we can see where they are all spread now. We can see Team Liquid have a building, and they're going to have some nice cover for a while. We can see Dexterity moving in their direction. Sung with the Kraber might have to do it from close. A very important building to have that late cover once that ring starts to close. Fury have got Smokestone, that could be covering itself, and they've got a creeping barrage as well. So they will be feeling confident about their situation. Plenty of rocks for them to hide behind. 35 seconds until things get real nasty.
Well, they weren't lying. It was a game-winning play. Furia said it in their comms, and they seem to have been right. They clean up ESA, they clean up SSG, they clean up anyone in their path right now, and they are 5 points away from tying for first, 6 from taking it. That is 1 team wipe.
Oh, dear.
Or that is, of course, reaching a couple of placement points higher. I think a top 2 would be enough with the kills that they've got. But there's still time remaining.
I feel like Tech was trying to smoke the window of the building there, the whole floor, but he hit the rock straight in front of him. He will have another smoke, though. They've got smokes, creeping barrage, and bloodhound scans. Imagine the combination of this information. Doesn't matter about these GBs and their bombardments at that point. They've got all the tools to win this, Furia. Once people are forced out of that building, they are up close now, though. And again, they're just abusing that. The smokes and the scan. Here it is. They've got a bloodhound ult as well if they need it. So this entire combination surely wins the game for Furia.
The beauty of the bloodhound ult is when you go into Beast of the Hunt. The beast comes out and you can scan that much faster, 8 seconds per scan, so he's going to have that on deck. I don't know how he missed a couple of those wingman shots early. Sometimes the Digi threat does that, but at least they'll be able to see through the smoke. High ground for Furia. Inside is Team Liquid, DXT, fighting with the only fuse in the lobby. Tech, nice R301 spray, shooting like a laser beam. And he's got his team still staying on height. They have a little window, though, and an angle. Tech, though, doesn't want to risk it. And there is no need to do so. You're in a great spot right now. 800 damage, 2 kills, 1 assist. And they've still got the zone. No need to push it. The ults will run out. They have the Rolling Thunder. But that's it for now, James.
Yeah, they've lost a Bloodhound ult, which would have been very helpful in theory, but they've still got the scan here and there, and the high ground, of course, will be crucial. Everybody trying to hold on to the inside for as long as they can. It might end up being everybody dying to the zone because there's so much space with which to avoid Furia on the outside, but they can't all survive on the inside. I don't know if Sung still has a Kraber, but I don't know if the point blank is a thing with this. Like, we have to bear that in mind. That could be a little crazy if that happens. Of course, it is Storm Point, so he's not on the caustic. That would have added more to the mix. Furia now using the smoke as best they can, just trying to make things even harder. Blocking as well with the respawn beacon. I don't know which way this goes anymore.
I just think they hide and they wait. These teams are going to eat each other alive. Tech, don't stand underneath your own mobile respawn beacon. Not the way you want to go. And he slides out just in time. And Arcstar is going to hit. Oh, if Fury had just done it, that'll certainly add to a shield being broken. But it's not enough to find the final kill. Panders reloads the wingman. He's got the digital threat. And the 3 times on the Magnum, the best of the best, excuse me, the magazine. And he's able to do everything here except look at this. Crummy, start a fight. Avies. They're hiding, and they're still staying alive. 4 squads remaining. No one will fall, and this circle is going to force that to happen in just a moment.
They had such a nice gap under that trident, but what about the action inside? Furia getting a little restless. This is going to be a long, painful ring close. There's 1 minute before this all goes, and we have lost a team now. 3 squads remain, and maybe there's a Kraber on the floor, but I don't know if you pick it up. I don't know if there's time to go for any looting outside of that Lover ult. Furia bouncing around on the outside. Team Liquid have to think about potentially getting stuck on the inside, looking for a very late bombardment indeed, but that door of opportunity might be closing for them. And what if they can't find any angles anymore? Furia up top, do they have a dome?
No
way! They are tanking the damage at the moment. Down goes Zira. Can they put the bats in time? They must have burned their dome outside. Tech hasn't used his ult just yet, but he's still up, and so is Panders, and so are their shields.
Look at that, smoke coming down as well. He's got the Rolling Thunder about to roll through. Is it gonna do enough? Crummy, start a fight, still alive. Incredible stuff from them. Tech, can he clutch up with the Mastiff? He slides in, but he falls. It is up to Panders here. He gets the 72, but he cannot clutch. It is Liquid, who are your champions in Game 6. Did they do enough to shut down Furia from taking first place? I'm sure they don't care. They got the win.
Huge standoff. Different parts of the building being occupied, waiting for the ring to force all the action. Furia up top, but there's too much space on the inside. The move is too slow, and they can't find the victory. They made their play with the smokes, with the Bloodhound scan, didn't make the connection through the door, and will have to settle for Team Liquid coming first in that last game.
Such an interesting dynamic, Ben. You kind of saw Team Liquid always able to rebound and bounce back and fight and kind of rebuff what was the attempts to get inside. And I think that's partly because of the Loba. You know, they had so many resources within that ultimate. They had so many battery shield swaps. They had ordinances. It really set them up for a really easy rotation outside into the fight with a great place in terms of their utility. And I just got to give credit to Gildersons and Fun FPS and Nocturnal for getting the job done finally. A team we really had high hopes for that have been underperforming over the course of these 5 days, but that's a great way to end it heading into your final day to make something happen.
While we've looked at 100 Thieves and Furia at the top, I'm really wondering what this win does for Team Liquid, because their position on the overall leaderboard is going to be very interesting going into tomorrow, but we'll look at that later. As for the rest of the leaderboard, Esports Arena coming in 5th. They didn't need too many points today. Sentinels, though, they went out really early. And again, they are on the edge. Tomorrow's going to be a huge day of Apex, but I'm sure they would have liked to have been more comfortable. Again, Furia settling for 2nd place, had maybe the best position, of course, until they no longer did. Sentinels there out in 17th place. We'll be happy with today's action. 100 Thieves went out early, but a great day for them overall. We can see Torrent getting some numbers on the board as well. Another team who need to try and creep up the table as much as they can.
Yeah, Liquid had 54 points on the day, and honestly, they were only a couple points away from what is right now 60th, which was getting you 60 points, getting you into the top 10. That's a great performance, but it's kind of the idea that they have been a team with a lot of big names, and they've almost snuck by in mediocrity. 16 points, 13 points, 14 points. These are great scores if you can keep them up over 6 days, because that will probably get you enough. But it's nothing that was too exciting like what they just put together. They haven't won any day, they haven't placed 2nd, and they haven't placed 3rd, which is really where we expect to see these teams of this caliber. And so a really nice way to end today for Team Liquid, and using the Loba too, really sticking to that identity of how valuable that legend can be. I like to see it, and I really love just the way that they're presenting now, hopefully building up with our only 1 day left tomorrow.
For sure, and that Loba's certainly going to come in handy when you see those death boxes towards the end and you need those resources and need that ammo as well. And we need resources. We need Fallout to come back in to tell us what he thought of that last game.
I gotcha. The backup, the cavalry, the reinforcements are here, my friend, and that was a hell of a last game and way to close it out. You thought Furia with high ground would maybe have the slight advantage, but Team Liquid played it to perfection. Evan, completely agree with your rhetoric and kind of sentiment about this TL squad. Such heavy hitters in terms of the individuals that make up this roster with so much potential, and you saw it in that game. Reminds me a lot of Complexity. If they can do it consistently, it is scary to think what this Team Liquid Complexity and similar rosters can do as we take a look at the highlights here from game number 6 and what made this Liquid squad so good. Evan, walk me through it.
I think they just have a really good game plan. And part of what I think they're going to have to get better at is just going with the flow and going with the punches of a lobby. I think, you know, the way Hodzik likes to coach these guys and the way that this team has always had a lot of talent on this roster, it's not about can they do it, but are they getting stuck with their game plan too much? Are they having to just be a little bit more adapting? You know, they like to run different legend compositions, and they stick with it. They're not afraid to have their own identity when it comes to playing Apex Legends. The key, though, that they did in this game was they got themselves into a position to win. And so often, they don't set themselves up in that God spot, in the position to take advantage of the Loba with the black market boutique without getting third-partied or at least 50-50 for that final zone. And again, look at this. Sometimes you have to have a little luck. Fun FPS, one more bullet, he's down. I'm not sure they win that game if he goes down as the Gibraltar, but he can get right back up. Boom, hit some clutch PK shots, and that's all she wrote.
Insane. Buries himself in the corner, and you're spot on. I mean, that is kind of the win condition. If you're going to sacrifice whichever legend it might be for the utility of Loba, you need to capitalize on the win condition, which is black market and mid to late game, which is burying yourself within fish farms or the right location to be able to get all the loot and basically just collect and set yourself up for success in the late game. And that's exactly what Team Liquid was able to do. Obviously, easier said than done depending on what circle is and what the end zone is, but kudos to them. They make Loba work really, really well. One of the only North American teams that do it. As we take a look at the drop spots here for games 4 through 6 on Storm Point. James, what stood out to you in casting 2 of them?
Well, the only thing that matters here really is the far west of the screen. On the left, if you don't know your west and your east, Sentinels and Esports Arena. Just like, you know, Sentinels and their position and our expectation, one of the biggest threads going through the day today. And Esports Arena were griefing them from start to finish. You know, starting on World's Edge, landing on the Bloodhound beaconing 3 versus 1, going through to here as well, just trying to slow them down as much as possible. And hey, they're going to be a big opponent if they do make it to Sweden, where they definitely still have a chance to do that. And maybe if they can make it there, they can get their revenge. So again, tomorrow, a very big day for Sentinels.
Yeah, that would be absolutely insane if we do see a Sentinels versus ESA lobby. They get matched up based on groups. And for those that aren't aware, top 10 from North America, EMEA, APAC North, top 5 from South America, and from APAC South qualify for the playoffs. LAN competition announced in Sweden. And the way it's going to work is you're going to get separated into 4 different groups. Based on your groupings, you'll play against other groups, just like we've seen throughout Pro League. So we'll see what those matchups end up looking like. But let's take a look at the overall leaderboards for the day. Roll the drums, and it's 100 Thieves tying with Furia, but they had the win condition. That is massive because Furia desperately needed those extra 4 points, Randy.
Yeah, I mean, that is massive. Even though 100 Thieves, I think they have the biggest game of the day, so they take technically the first place. It is huge for Furia to sneak up and grab that second spot. I mean, you will be kind of, I think, a little upset if you are them, knowing this could have been first. That is the difference between 4 extra points, and I think they need a lot more than 100 Thieves, obviously. However, Esports Arena does a really good job to climb up 2 spots into third. They overtake Space Station by 1, and Complexity. I mean, hey, look at that. Even Liquid jumping up 2 at the end to get into 7th place. That's another, 13-point game. So they're kind of playing the slow and steady route of gaining points here in the ALGS, but if you do it tomorrow, that'll probably work out.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Start a Fight, look how volatile the lower side of the score is. Start a Fight went up 8 points because it was so slim pickings here for the bottom teams. Cloud9 going down 3. That's not going to fare well for them as they were in 5th place already going into this. So an 11th place here might put them right on the fringe. It's going to be a must-perform day for them. For Sentinels, who came in with 58 points, Sentinels will be even further down the standings. It's going to be scary for the likes of Sentinels and co. Team Liquid getting those extra placement points certainly helped, but they will also be a fringe team. We'll, of course, take a look at the overall standings as soon as we get them calculated. Big shout out to production, hard at work at doing exactly that. And as I say that, they're that fast. Are you kidding me? PGL, that good, always. ESA on top, 105, only 1 point ahead and only 3 points ahead of 100 Thieves. NRG right behind them right now.
Certainly ESA have clutch now because we know G2 has, and they have more points than G2. So I don't know how that math would work if that wasn't the case. But look at this. I mean, just a great performance from 100 Thieves. They've probably put themselves in the conversation. Space Station does enough. Liquid, 8th place. I mean, still very, very good. You see that consistency. They haven't top 3'd at all, but they're still in 8th because they keep getting good amounts of points. And Complexity with a big day today. 15 points, bumps them up to 66. And that's really where it gets interesting because Sentinels are only 3 points behind that in 63 outside of Sweden.
Yeah. James, what stands out to you here and look at this?
I think at a minimum, 8th, 9th, and 10th places are all up for grabs. And they have maybe 5 teams at a minimum vying for those 3 places. So Liquid, Complexity, and CLG, I don't know how they get sleep tonight because they have a lot more work to do tomorrow.
Insane. And you put, James, you took the words out of my mouth. I was looking at the same exact 3 spots right there, and look right behind them. It's Sentinels, RCO, Torrent, Scary, and W with 58. Even you could argue down to X at Furia. Unlucky that they are in contention with a huge performance tomorrow. It is anyone's game. They control their own fate. I think you could also argue that at 100 Thieves, Esports Arena, they likely
think they got to be in.
I think they got to be in.
I think they've got to be in.
Yeah.
I think if you've got 80 points, I would be shocked if you didn't make it. basically. That is not a guarantee, though. That's not a guarantee. And again, there is seeding to fight for, so I don't expect anyone to take their foot off the gas, but there's definitely a lot to work for there.
Yeah, I mean, lowest there, John, is 66, I think, in 10th. So anybody who max points tomorrow as first place would be 25. So quick math here, obviously not completely sure, but it feels like if you are below 41 points, there's not a chance to get that top 10.
Yeah, and keep an eye here on the second page. Start a fight avoids possible relegation by leapfrogging 8 points and getting to that 32-point threshold. Built by Gamers, a team that had huge expectations coming into this season. Sinus Please played well in Split 1. They're right there on the fringe as well, alongside Oxygen, former Flashpoint squad that we know has so much potential. So that's big. The bottom 8 there in red are the teams that will be relegated if they do not perform tomorrow. It all comes down to tomorrow. Crazy to think about. And on that note, enough about the team discussion. It's about time to start talking about some of the about who performed. James, let's jump right into it. Kick us off. Who you got in your eyes?
For me, I had to pick Tech today because, of course, we've had some very disappointing days from Furia, and, you know, we've got to give them their props. They've turned things around. They spent a lot of time in no man's land, basically spending most of their time focused on replicators in previous days, but they pulled out the Watson today. They pulled out the Watson. We saw fences everywhere. These guys have been watching APAC North and some other regions as well, looking at the second half of things, but they turned things around. Tech was delivering kills. That man's leading by example in that respect. So they completely changed their play. Rather than lagging behind, they took position and held it with these Watson fences on World's Edge, moving over to Storm Point and delivering plenty of kills. They rotated through the zone. I started to get worried, but they managed to flank Sentinels and give them a bad day in one of these rounds on Storm Point and really deliver themselves a nice position, as we can see, tying for first place. So, you know, when they were doing questionable plays, we called them out for it. Now they've turned things around. Got to give them their props.
Yep. I love that you picked Tech as well. Obviously, could have gone with Panders, who's kind of a standout individual baller, the controller player on that squad. But Tech, IGL of this team, Big Brain Tech, as I've called him for a while, aerospace engineer, IRL / student of, and performs in Apex as well. Nice job to Tech and Furia, and you got to give credit where credit's due. Meanwhile, Rain Day, something tells me you got someone from our championship team today. Who is it?
You know what? Honestly, it's the team who's playing like they're ready to win a championship. It's Amu from 100 Thieves. I think that this guy has taken a role that is one of such importance on a team that is trying to bounce back and kind of reclaim the status that their org desires. Very much like Liquid, but 100 Thieves in a special position across several esports saying we need better, we deserve better, we want to be a top-tier competitor in everything. Well, Amu brings that energy that is fun, that is lighthearted, but is confident. And he's playing the Ashe so well. He allows his team to really find places to play off of his openings, looking stuff like this. I mean, Peacekeeper's devotion play. Everyone can just run in behind and say, Anmu, what's left? This guy cleaning up plays, but also keeping the energy of his squad in a really comfortable, positive manner. That's why, for me, you know, as a leader, I would love somebody like Anmu on my squad. He's got to be my top player for today.
I love it. Must be National Honor Your IGL Day, because we're giving a lot of love to IGLs today in the MVP or Best Standout Player discussion. Let's see what the stats say, though. If the stats follow, who's the Apex Predator of the lobby in terms of kills, and it's going to be Tech himself. He does it all. Alongside Duplex, IGL of ESA, or co-IGL, both of them perform with 17 kills. Skittle Cakes and dropped right behind. Vaxlon Scurry also looking solid. Monsoon fragged out as an individual with Shiny right there on the front page with him. So nice job to each of these folks in the overall category. But now, Randa, you killed it. Tech obviously performed. Sorry, James, you killed it. Tech obviously performing. Great call out on both of those ends, though, as both of those players playing such an important and pivotal role for their team. But that's going to be it for our discussion here today on who performed, kind of standout player overall. This is your MVP of the day discussion. And a big shout out again to Monster Energy for powering the Apex Legends Global Series. Well, hey, we talked about him. Rain Day talked about him being his personal standout player of the day. We got him live for an interview and discussion. It's the IGL, the face of 100 Thieves. It's Anmu. Tom, over to you.
Amu.
What's
Old
up,
rank teammate, man. Where's Brood at? Should we just get the squad back together?
Hey, man. we need Brood back,
Congrats,
dude.
man. We need Brood back. We miss him. Hey, congrats, man. You guys came in 5th place overall on the leaderboard without a win yet in group stage. What was the big difference for your team today? Was it just the level of intensity starting to pick up now that we're getting close to the end of the split?
Honestly, I feel like we're just closing out more of our end games, to be honest. I think we were in our opinion, a good position to win the last 3 days that we played in, but we just weren't closing out in our end games as well. I feel like we closed out in our end games a lot better.
What do you think that the part of the reason that you guys were closing out the end games was? It a little bit more patience? Was it a little bit more methodical? Was it just experience and you guys gelling?
I feel like a lot of the fights that we needed to take, we recognized the situation that like, hey, we need to fight one of these teams. We can't just go and try to play a spot. So I feel like today we were the aggressors a lot more in a lot of those fights rather than playing a little bit more defensive.
It seemed like it. Let's talk about your teammates, especially, Vayne went over to Xset. You guys picked up Vaxlon. How hard was it to go through the team change? What does Vaxlon bring to the team, and how are you guys able to adjust and move forward?
Well, at the start when we picked up Vaxlon, we weren't doing, I would say, that well at all. I feel like we were still playing really bad. But once we kind of got comfortable with each other, Vax kind of co-IGLs with me, I guess. So a lot of times, like, I can trust him on his endgame calls. Like, if he sees something, we just full on go with him. And I feel like that was one of the main things we were missing on our previous roster.
No doubt about it. That was impressive to watch you guys kind of gel and start getting in more improvements as the split was going on. I want to talk about comps, especially Furia today, because they came out of nowhere. They came up from a relegation team and tied you guys for first, but you guys had the tiebreaker. Mainly because we are going to be moving on to different regions, and they brought some unorthodox play to the table. Is that something that you're going to expect when you go to the tournament, and are you guys going to prepare for it now that you've already set yourselves up in a good position to make the playoffs?
I think coming into international play, there's going to be a lot of different comps. Like, obviously, the meta, I think, has evolved differently in NA, differently in, like, EU, differently in APAC, for example. I feel like every region kind of plays different comps, so I don't know. I feel like that's just something we got to discuss as a team and kind of plan around it and kind of test out a couple different comps and just have those in our back pocket in case we need it.
There's a lot of uncertainty going in tomorrow for a couple of teams that are looking to qualify. It looks like there's about 3 spots that are going to be left up for grabs in NA. Now, I want to know, if you guys are bringing your A game, if everybody's bringing their A game in North America, who do you guys feel like is some of your biggest competition?
I mean, I feel like it's hard to not to mention them, but ESA, I feel like they play extremely well in just about every lobby they're in. They get a lot of kills. They play their end games really well. And especially in the lobby tomorrow, I feel like it's probably going to be one of the most stacked lobbies once again, kind of like how it was the first time around. But I think we got like maybe 6 of the top like 7 teams playing in one lobby tomorrow. So I don't know. Whoever comes ready to play will probably take first overall in the entire Pro League.
Well, now that I can ask you guys this question, because it seems like you have secured your spot. I'm not sure if mathematically you have been able to do that yet, but how excited are you to go to Sweden, compete on LAN, and have Apex and all of the players and fans together?
I mean, words can't really put it into expression, I feel like. We finally got international playback. We finally got LAN after what seemed like 2.5 years. I know that myself personally, I pretty sure I qualified for every LAN that would have happened that got canceled. So feels nice to finally actually be able to go and go show out for the NA scene.
It's going to be exciting. Hey, any shout outs that you want to give before we toss this back on over to the desk?
Yeah, dude, I'd like to shout out my 2 teammates. Personally, I feel like I didn't play that well today. So God bless them for holding it down. Shout out to all the fans supporting ALGS. None of this is possible without any of you. And shout out to all the casters, to be honest. You guys have been doing 2-a-day streams, 2-a-day productions for, well, like 6 days in a row. So you guys have been killing it. A lot of your hard work into this scene doesn't go unnoticed.
Hey, man, always humble, always cool. Amu, appreciate your time, and congratulations again. And we're going to be seeing you most likely in Sweden. We're going to toss this one back on over to Des. Fallout, take this away.
Big thank you, T-Squared, and wow. Yeah, I'm right there with you, man.
What a nice
My
guy.
heart.
What a nice
hard.
guy.
Talk about humble.
Someone noticed.
Yeah, we're all on the same page here, thinking the same thing. We've had some good interviews in ALGS, right? We've had Duplex's mustache, phenomenal. We've had some trash talk, great.
Yep.
We've had some hype. We've had some entertainment. We've had all types of things. That was one of the best in terms of just pure humility, so well-spoken, appreciation and gratitude for the scene and for all that he's had a chance to accomplish. And I can't sense 1 ounce of cockiness that's now come despite all the success Anmu's had right now.
Yeah, he is. First time actually hearing him kind of at that length and that distance. We've heard him in, obviously team comms, but a whole different approach now and whole different, I think, respect for that energy he brings. And that was the real reason I had to shout him out. I thought that, he brings such a subtle yet confident, I think, poise to a team, and you could see it's affecting all of 100 Thieves. I mean, they're going into this lobby with a lot of confidence, but understanding that the job's not done, so we got to put our best foot forward, and that's how you win games.
That's right. James, any other comments on that?
He's just a nice guy, man. That's all I got to say. It's so polite and kind. I wish I was like that. That would be great.
Me too.
I'm like 95% sure he's from the Midwest. I'm telling you, people from the Midwest just built different, the Midwest humility. No, but jokes aside, big shout out to Anmu, the entire 100 Thieves organization. And his swag level has upgraded like 10%. I feel like maybe 20-30% since joining 100 Thieves. I think it has that effect on you. I like the clean beard. My man Amu's looking good, feeling great, sounding great, very well spoken. But hey, we talked a lot about the North American scene today. We talked about some of the teams that we think may have clinched 100 Thieves being one of them. We'll fill you in on more on that in just a moment, because guess what? It's time to walk through the clinched playoff teams for every single region. In case you missed it at the beginning of the broadcast, guess what? APAC North, done and dusted, locked. AD Raccoon wins that Pro League with 126 points. Crazy Raccoon right behind him. Stelly obviously going from Crazy Raccoon to AD Raccoon and making an impact. Game with FA Kids, Reject Fennel, Fort Team Unite, V3 Vega, and FC Destroy. A mixture of Korean, Japanese players will be represented on LAN. APAC South, well, is all reignite all day. The dynasty continues, led by Jen Burton himself. Sutoraiku, though, making some great noise, ousting Team Burger by 1 point, which is crazy to think. Free agents and Method to Madness also qualifying as we take a look at South America. That got locked in today. We started the day with just Team Singularity earning their spot. Well, Phoenix Team, Audic, Elevate, and Zen follow suit. Almost all Brazilian players, 96%, with a few Chilean players that'll be representing South America in Sweden in less than a month. And you heard Anmu say it, I just can't wait to represent North America here coming shortly. But guess what? If our math is correct, this isn't confirmed by League Ops yet, so don't hold us to it. We believe every team over 85 points in the overall standings has clinched a spot in North America. Again, we're going to try and confirm that. But we got 100 Thieves, ESA, NRG, G2, Cloud9, and fan favorite, TSM. Looks like they may have just clinched a spot, but it's going to be an absolute bloodbath for those final 4 slots, James.
Hey, I heard Crazy Raccoons are dangerous. I'm not sure I'm going to be going near them at LAN, but yeah, it is going to be the best kind of carnage tomorrow. It's going to be one of the more entertaining days. Everything's on the line. We saw some big griefing today. Not unsubstantial griefing to Sentinels, but tomorrow is the last day. It's the last chance saloon and last call at the bar, so you better make sure that you make it work tomorrow. Otherwise, you're going to be watching from a long way away from Sweden.
That's right. That is right. I can't wait. You know what's even more competitive than tomorrow's competition and the playoffs, James? Any guess?
Predictions?
Maybe? Predictions. It's so competitive that I got to talk my smack, 'cause I think I won again, maybe. I'm like, 2 for 7 this year.
Oh, boy. All right, then.
Yep, by a point. Yeah, well, I'll take my win by a point. I don't know what's going on with that Sentinels prediction, though, James.
This has to be the biggest the delta, if you will, that we have seen, because, my God, that is night and day. And hilariously, Esports Arena, who were griefing Sentinels in the first place, to be so far ahead. I mean, hey, they've had such a split so far. Some of the runs they've had in a single day have been quite something, and they continue it today. These guys are playing with maximum confidence. There he is.
Hey, you guys knew I'd show up back right in time, huh? Look at that.
Yeah.
Fallout.
Yeah.
I mean, you edged me out just a little, 67 to 66. I cannot believe I'm being usurped on your first day back, but still, we kind of had a commanding lead over the rest of the guys.
Listen, I just call it luck. I just got back from Vegas. I was there for a bachelor party. I hit it big at the tables and got lucky today as well. That luck just continued to coast me through to today. But I will also award you with the Vice champion award.
Vice champion. 2 times in a row. Come on.
2-time vice champions from EMEA to now North America, back-to-back assistant to the champion, John
right.
Fallout Kefaloukis. As
assistant to the regional champion.
I know,
yeah,
that's right.
that's true. Assistant to the region. Thank you, James, for clarifying that. But hey, that's it for tonight. Every single one of you in the chat, I want you to do 2 things. One, set your alarms or calendars for tomorrow. 5 p.m. Pacific, North America broadcast. We'll be back to close this thing out. And 2, tell a friend, tell your mother, your father, siblings, significant other, tell anyone. Get in here tomorrow to enjoy some competitive Apex, because it'll be some of the best Apex we're going to see all day, by the way. We have EMEA tomorrow morning, and that is even more of a bloodbath because EMEA has 0 teams. And yeah, I repeat, 0 teams have clinched in EMEA at the same exact point in the tournament as the rest. It's just crazy to think, Brandon.
That's insane. Literally 10 teams need to be decided tomorrow. That is just crazy. I cannot wait. It's honestly worth waking up early if you are on the West Coast like I am, just to see how it unfolds. Every game is going to be maybe $1 million game.
Oh my gosh. So, yeah, when you put it like that, you're spot on. It's crazy to think. $1 million prize pool just around the corner. You got to show up, though. You got to do it tomorrow for a chance to make it to Stockholm, Sweden for the first Apex LAN and international competition in almost 3 years. The stakes have never been higher. As we start to wrap this up here, James, any final words on your end?
I'm looking forward to watching tomorrow with a big cup of tea, and good luck to your voice boxes, guys, because it's going to be non-stop action tomorrow.
Yeah, we're done.
Yeah, we're going to lose our minds. Especially if Raiden and I are paired on casting. I don't know if we are, bro. But it's
No,
gonna be...
James and I are done, dude. We're here. We've been here since
Oh, you guys
Wednesday.
are both done.
It's
You're just
time to
enjoying it.
sleep.
I don't even know where I am right now.
Yeah, James is lost.
Y'all enjoy a break. Our PGL team enjoys a break. Of course, our production team. Big shot. Thank you to them. Make sure to follow us on all things socials to keep up with the action tomorrow. Twitter.com/PlayApexEsports. Same thing with YouTube. And, of course, here on Twitch as well. Great content across all socials for competitive Apex Legends. Challenger Circuit. We've been watching you as well. I had a chance to tune in to some of the Challenger Circuit action as my man Nick was popping off. I keep shouting him out because I'm going to keep manifesting him qualifying, and other Challenger Circuit squads. Roller Theory's in there, rolling right through, Sheesh, and a few others. I'm excited to see what Challenger Circuit teams can make it to ALGS Champs in a couple months. But big shout out to every single one of y'all competing, every single one of y'all watching. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in today. Competitive Apex has never been bigger, better than it is right now. The stakes have never been higher. $1 million LAN in just a month. ALGS Championships around the corner right after that. I cannot wait. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. We'll catch you again tomorrow, bright and early for EMEA and North America right after that. Have a good night.